Did you know all the apps like Instagram, Facebook, Netflix are all built in with React.js? I'm sure you experiment with these apps before. Have you ever wondered how does this app so fast, dynamic and user-friendly? The answer is React.js. So in this React tutorial series, you are not gonna learn only the theory part, but also after picking up the fundamentals concepts for this library, we will implement everything together we learned in one single modern portfolio project styled with the Tailwind CSS, the most popular technology for styling real-world React applications out there. This full React project application will truly stand you up and boost your React skills to the next level. Also, you will learn how to think in React, how to use it, even when it becomes necessary for the front-end web development. By the end of this video, you are gonna be able to build your first own React application without any doubt. The curriculum which we are going to follow in this tutorial, we will cover all the necessary topics or the important topics. We will start by defining what React.js is, why we should learn it, and how does this React works behind the scene. Then we will dive in and learn about the development environment and the tools for setting up our first React applications. Then we will move on to grasp all the fundamental concepts and learn them one by one with a simple basic examples. So we will learn about the component, JS6, syntax, event, props, lists, conditional rendering, different ways with the CSS styling for React applications. We will learn about the hooks such as the useState hook, useEffect, and many more. I'm Ishaq. I'm super excited to be on structure in this tutorial, hands on the keyboard, and let's jump right in. First, what is React.js?
React.js is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces.
I'm sure once you decide to learn React, you will hear this definition a lot. So here is my quick and fresh definition for React.js. Extremely popular, declarative, and component-based architecture. Popular since it's built with the Facebook team in 2013. The community is getting massive, huge, because it's super easy for maintaining and building the UI of the web applications. The second thing, declarative. You will not care about how does this component works, but only you will care how does this component will look like at the end. And also it's component-based architecture. React.js is all about creating reusable component and dependent small pieces of code and then combine them together to make your complex UI. You can think of React is like a building blocks that you create a button component, menu component, Navbar component, for example, and then combine them together to make something amazing. React is fast, efficient, and extremely loved by the developers worldwide. Actually, isn't just a tool. It's the game changer for the modern web applications. Now, maybe a question pops in your head. For example, why we should learn this library? I will simplify it for you in 3 reasons, which is the first one is the performance. The performance here is huge and is important to keeping the users engaging with the website or with the web applications, because React using something called virtual DOM. I will explain it in a minute, but this virtual DOM will make our app like lightning fast. The second reason, which is it's a high demand in the job market. React.js is one of the most important and the high demand and technologies out there for the developers in the world, and especially for the big companies such as like Uber, Netflix, and Airbnb are hiring React developers with a salary ranging from 80,000K and 150,000K per year. And the third reason, and this one the important one, which is like reusable components. React let you build once and you reuse it in the whole application later on. That will save you time and make your code cleaner and easy to maintain. And here is the best part about React. So React isn't just for web development. You can also build with React mobile and desktop applications. For the mobile applications, there is something called React Native. This React Native lets you write React code and deploy it to both systems, iOS and Android. Apps like Instagram, Airbnb use React Native. And for desktop applications, you can use something called Electron. And in this Electron, it combines between React and Node.js to creating a cross-platform desktop applications. Apps like Slack and Visual Studio Code are built with Electron. So with React, you can create once and run everywhere. And now let's dive in, as I mentioned before, to explaining the virtual DOM. And that will lead us to the third thing, which is how does this React works under the hood. So in the traditional web development, once you update something on the page or on your website, that triggered the DOM, which stands the document object model, has to re-render. And that will make our application like slow and inefficient. So here React scale up and became the new norm in the web development industry and solves this problem with something called virtual DOM. And how does this virtual DOM works? I will explain for you in a minute. First, React creates a line copy from the real DOM and call it the virtual DOM, which is the not real DOM, but it's like a copy from it. Second thing, when something updated, like a button clicked or something like that, or event happens in your website or in your applications, first React will update the virtual DOM. And the third step, it will compare between the real and the virtual DOM, and only will change the parts it has been changed for the virtual DOM and implement it with the real DOM. Then he will display it to our UI. This makes React apps incredibly fast and efficient. It's like having a smart assistant with you that only does the necessary work. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced developer, learning React will level up your skills and opening new opportunities for you. Before we start building our first React app, we need to set up the development environment. Don't worry, it's super easy. And by the end of the next 2 or 3 minutes, you will have everything you need to set up your first React app. So the first thing you need to install it, which is the Node.js. So Node.js is JavaScript runtime. It allows you to run JavaScript outside the browser. It comes with npm, stands for Node Package Management, and this one we will use it to install React and other tools. So keep following with me step by step to do it if you haven't installed Node.js before. I will show you in the screen now how to install it. You navigate to your Google Node.js, and in the official website of the nodejs.org here, download the LTS. And this one stands for the long-term support. It's the most stable version. Okay, run installer here and follow the steps he will give you. I will skip this step because I have already installed this before, so you will don't mess up with the one. Next thing you have to install, which is for a code editor. There is a plenty code editors out there. I recommend VS Code. It's free and lightweight and perfect for React development. Just also navigate in your Google about VS Code. Here we go. And hit on the first one, open the official website of the Visual Studio Code. Here we go, and his automatically will figure out your operation system. In my case it's macOS, and maybe yours is Windows. It doesn't matter, just download from here and follow the steps. Okay, the third thing you have to install now, or we have to talk about, which is Git. So Git is a version control system. It allows you to manage or to track. It help you to manage, track your changes or your code. It's optional for this tutorial, but I highly recommend you to learn it. It's essential for real world project and collaborate with others. So if you are interested to learn it, I have already made a full tutorial about Git and GitHub in my YouTube channel. So don't miss up with this tutorial and check it out later. Okay, and to install the Git, also I want you to navigate to git.scm.com, and this is the official website. Navigate to Git and install from here. Run an installer and follow the steps. I also will skip this one because I've already installed. If you don't, please download it from here. And now once you finish with it, I want you to open up your terminal and check for the Node.js if you have installed correctly by typing node-v. I will give you this here, the version number, and also you can install for the npm -v. This also will give you the version that you have installed, and also you can check for your Git if you have installed it correctly. Git -version. And he will give you version of the Git you have installed. Now you have got all the necessary tools, so we are ready now to dive in and build our first React project. Now there is different ways to create a new React app, starting from create React app. It's widely used tool, it's reliable, but it's outdated. Many companies still using it, but it's not the most modern option. So here Vite will pops up and scale up and became the new norm in the industry of lightning fast HTML and optimized build, and also for the speed. It's excellent choice for quickly setting up your React app, and also you can set it up manually. So hit over getting started here, and immediately you will see there is a single command you can install your React app through it. Okay, just copy this command npm create vite at latest here, and open up your integrated terminal in your code editor. In my case is Visual Studio Code. Here is the my Visual Studio Code here, and I want you to hit over to your menu and tab to a terminal, new terminal, to open up our integrated terminals. And here we navigate to the desktop to create our project there also. So cd desktop, there we go. Now we are in the desktop, and now we are ready to create our project there. So paste our command here for setting up our React project through this command npm create vite at latest, and latest here stands for the latest version of our Vite. Okay, hit the enter, and here is asking you to make a name for your project. In our case, let's name it, for example, React app, and here we have to select a framework. In our case, it's React.js, absolutely. And also here is asking you to select your variant. You can choose between the JavaScript and TypeScript. In our case, let's use the JavaScript. In this tutorial, you are going to use JavaScript. Enter, and here we go. When the setup is completed, navigate into our project. In our case, cd React app. Here we go, and there you have it. The entire project got generated in a just fraction of seconds. Install the dependencies here. In our case, let's start npm install. I stands for the install. Hit the enter. Here we go. It's been installed, all the dependencies here and packages from the npm. So we have found 0 vulnerabilities, and now finally let's start the development server and through this command, which is npm run dev. Hit the enter. So your app will run in on this URL here. It's localhost, and you can open it in your browser to see the default React app, React page here. Now let's have a look to the files and folders in the project structure which have been generated and what reason. Okay, let's back to our VS Code here, and this is all the folders and files it's been generated for us. First of all, let's start to explain one by one. Let's start with the Node.js. So Node.js, this folder is contain all the dependencies and libraries for your project needs. So you don't need to touch this folder and don't mess up with any changes there. So it's managed by npm. The next folder here we have the public, and this one it's where you can put static files or assets like images, icons, favicons. And for example, if you have a logo .png, you can put it here in the public and reference it in your page. And the next one folder, which is the source, and this one is the most important because all the logic of your app and code will be running here. Okay, and this one will include the assets. It's just like a folder, and here you have the app.js6. This one we will delete all the code here and create ours later on, but I want you to know that this folder app.js is like the main component of your app. Okay, it's where you will build your UI of the app. Next we have the app.css, and this one is like the style sheet file for your component for the app file here. It's specific for it, and you can see here it's imported from it because it's will include all the styles about this page app.jsx. Next we have the main.jsx, and here is the entry point of your application. This one it's rendered the app component into the DOM, which is the DOM stands for the document object model. And this strict mode is a feature to checking out your code. There is no errors. Okay, if there is an error, he will tells you in the console. Okay, and here just running through this simple JavaScript, it's rendering the DOM through this route. And also we have this index.css, and here will be the global styling for your application. And here you can make any styles and reference it in any component in your application. Okay, and also we have the .get ignore, and this one will tell Git which files and folders to be ignored once you want to push it to the remote server or you want to deploy it. Okay, like for example in our case the node modules here folder, we don't want it to upload it or deploy it with our project folders. And next we have the eslint.config.js, and this one is like the config file used to define and the rules and the settings for the ESLint. A popular landing tool helps you to identify and figure out and fix problems in your code such as errors, coding styles, violations, and potential bugs. If you want, just comment below. I can explain it to you later on in more details. Okay, the next we have the index.html. It's a single HTML file where React application it's injected here. The div here with the ID of root. This one here will be the main point of your application also. Okay, so you can modify it later on. The title, in our case, let's make it my React app. Save it, and once you hit back to our code, you will see here it's been changed. Next, we have this package log.json, and this one you don't mess up with it also because it has all the dependencies of your applications. And also the package.json here, this file contains the metadata about your project from the scripts and the dependencies also. And this one is the readme file. This one you needed to explain how others will run the code here and all the necessary orders or logic that you want others to know about this code base. And lastly, this is the configuration file for Vite, so you can customize build settings here. Beautiful. Now let's dive into one of the most important concepts in React.js fundamentals, which is React components. So components are a building blocks of your React application. They let you break your UI. So UI stands for user interface, that let you break your UI into small reusable pieces. You can think of it like a Lego blocks that you build small pieces and then combine them together to make something great or something amazing. So why learning components are so important? Because it's your first step in your React journey learning. Also, all the apps or the React apps specifically are made out of components. Okay, so simply components, we can define it with simple way. A component is just a JavaScript function or a class function. I hope you are familiar with some of the JavaScript syntax. So a component is a JavaScript function or a class that returns a piece of UI. For example, a button or a header or even a form can be a component. So components comes in two types. We have, first of all, we have the class component and the function components. So in our tutorial, this one, we will focus and concentrate on function components. Okay, because class components, it's outdated, but when the hook feature pops up and becomes so popular and easy to create your React apps. Now let's back to our VS Code and build our first React component. Okay, let me hide myself here from here so that you can concentrate on the code and see the code better. And then let's zoom a bit and let's start with the class component. So this kind of components, they are not widely used anymore, but still exist in some of the old code bases. So here is a rule applies for the class component and even the function component, that when creating a React component, the component's name must start with the uppercase letter. Okay, and here we can see this function component. It comes by default here once we installed our React app here with the Vite. So we notice here the component name up here with the uppercase letter, and here it will return the UI. Class component, I will show you here exactly how does it looks like, the syntax. So it starts with the class keyword here and followed by the name of the component. In our case, for example, here app starts with the capital letter and followed by the extends here, and this extend will inheritance the code from a React.component method here, and between the curly braces here it will include the render method here, and within the render method here it will return our HTML element, which is in our case this one is h2, says, for example, hi, I'm a class component. Okay, let's comment this out here and back and clearing up everything here in this app.jsx file here and write our own component. We can create our component with something like this function, and the name of the component here is app followed by the parentheses. This component will say, for example, hi, I am a function component. Save it, and the second thing you have to do here is exporting this function component, so then you can use it to render the UI in our main.jsx here. Okay, export default and the name of the component, in our case is application. Save it, and see here in the main we imported our app component here from this file app.jsx and render it here with this DOM method here, that selecting the ID of root here from the HTML file here and render it in this div in our UI. So now let's head over to our browser and you should see the text we are rendering. There we go. Our component says simply, it's saying, hi, I'm a function component. Let me split the page here so that we can check our browser and the code in the same time. Nowadays, you can use the new JavaScript syntax called a raw function component. That looks like something like that, just declaring here the function with the const, okay, and then followed by the name of the component, in our case is app here, let's make it, and then followed by the equal sign, and then the parentheses, and also with the arrow and the curly braces, and simply return our element. In our case, h2 here says, for example, I am an arrow function. Save it, and let me comment out this function component, and here we go. Okay, and the beauty about this arrow function, if you are, for example, just rendering one element here, just one thing here, and then you can get rid of the curly braces and the return keyword also. Save it, the result, it will be the same. Beautiful. Let's back our return and the curly braces here. The second thing we can do also is, and we can create a React component as many as we would like. We can make this, for example, twice and name it something else. Let's make our another component here, for example, called card, parentheses, and the arrow function. And here we go, and just return simply just an h2 also. Says, for example, I am a card component. Here we go. And then what we can do is we can use this card within the original app component and simply wrapping it with something called a React fragment here, or just a regular div. Why we should wrap in our elements here in this app? That's because that's the role of our React components, that each component here, even a function or even a class component, that returns only one element. And if, let's see here, it will pop the error if we do, for example, rendering, for example, another element here. In our case, let's make the component, save it, and the error, it will pop up here. It says JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Okay, what we can do here is wrapping our elements here with the div element first, save it, and here we go. Our card here is pops up and shows in the UI. Or as I told you, we can do something more special in React, which is the fragments, and save. The result, it will be the same. And the power of React components is reusability. We can reuse this component many times. Let's copy and paste it down here through clicking in Alt and Shift, and also the arrow down or above. That will make a copy and paste it down as you want. Let's save it, and here we go. It's rendering our 4 cards here with the same text. And that's called the reusability of the components. So this card here, we can reuse it in the entire application or everywhere. Okay, imagine a card component including a lot of lines of code. Let's say maybe a 200 or 300 lines of code. And then that you want to split out this component into small pieces of components, and then wrapping up and then rendering them in one representative component like this one. So then this reusability, it gives us the power of creating or writing the code once and use it multiple times like this one, and saving our time and limiting the repetition. And that's the power of our React component based architecture. But of course, it will start making much sense as we dive deeper in more real React components and apps. So I can show you how a real developer use it into day-to-day projects. But writing components not enough sometimes. We want pass data between components from one component to another. Okay, so to display something specific or not creating the same or similar components for every letter change, and we can do that through props. Simply in React, props, shorts for properties, are a way to pass data between components. Okay, and props allows component to communicate with each other. You apparently will do it from parent component to child component. Think of prop as an argument you pass it into your application, here or here, for example, in your function, here or here. Let me show you how to use props in a real action in our current example. Let's say each of the cards here render a different title. Later on, it can be a product thumbnail or a title or a description or something else that you would like. But for now, let's say just a title. We can go into that card and pass something known as a prop. Let's call it title, for example, here. Let's make a title, and equal sign here, and within the double quotes here we can write our prop. In our case, for example, if we had a product, let's say for example we have the product one, and also in the second card we have for example a product 2. Let's copy it and paste it here, and here also, and here also. Okay, and here we have the product 2, product 3, and products 4. So you notice immediately in our UI here, there is no changes have been made to our application. They are all stay the same card components here. Okay, but now as a second step to using prop, we can put the prop into use by heading to the card component and accepting the prop here, right here. So let's call a title, and we can do that between the parentheses here. Our prop here named title, so here we have to accept the title, and it will be destructured here. And instead of rendering the static text, for example in our case card component here, every time for each component, let's make it more dynamic and use the title prop here, so it will apply for each component their title. And here let's remove our static text, and between the curly braces let's use the title prop. Save it, and here we go. Immediately you will say our props here made our component dynamic and changes the text for each component. So keep in mind the prop can be anything. It can be a string as we did here, and it can be also a number. Let's say for example we have a product with a quantity of, for example, 3 quantity of our project, and also we can do the prop as a boolean. If our product for example has a discount or not, let's say here is a true. And also we can do another prop here, for example more complex, like an array. Let's name sizes, and here between the curly braces we have to define our array. For example, say here the large size as a second item of our array here, medium size, and the third, for example, we have the small size. Okay, and even you can make like another prop with the complex object, for example. And then as a second step, as you know, you have to accept this props here, right here in the top, and do something with them in the UI. Pretty cool, right? Now let's come to the point why I write this title between the curly braces here in our h2 element. Okay, we can do it just without the curly braces, but it's not possible because of the JSX syntax. So JSX stands for JavaScript XML. So JSX allows us to write HTML in React, and also makes it easier to write and add HTML in React. So JSX allows us to write HTML elements in JavaScript and place them in a DOM without any create element method or append child method. And also JSX converts the HTML tags into React elements, and also you are not required to use JSX, but JSX makes it easier to write React applications. Okay, and with the JSX you can write expressions inside curly braces. In our case we did here the title, and you can also make like a math operation. In our example, for example, let's say 3 plus 4, and will execute as a JavaScript normally. Okay, and here we go. It applies immediately the calculation. So until this point of time, we have just scratched the surface of what React.js are capable of. So far, you are doing good. This is far from ideal. This is looking very plain, just a text on the screen here. So to give it some styles and make it a good user experience for users, we can apply some styles in React. To style your React application here, we have a lot of choices, okay? And you have to choose one of them. And also you can combine between 2 or 3 ways to style in your application. But I don't recommend this way. So we have the inline styles, the CSS, and Tailwind CSS, Bootstrap framework, and we have the Material UI and SAS, CSS in GS, and also we have the CSS modules. You can choose any one of the styles to style your React application. So let's try some of them and style our application here. So head over to the index.css and delete all of the stylings from here that comes by default once we started our application here. Okay, save it, and here we go. You will see that immediately the styles, it has been removed because this is a global styling. And also this is one of the ways of the styling. Write styles in a separate style.css file. In our case, we name it here index.css, and then you import them into your components. In our case here, already it's been imported. Our CSS styles here, in our case, is index.css in our main.jsx here by default when we installed our Vite. So let's apply some styles into our application. Back to our index.css file, and also I will target all of the elements by the star and the curly braces here, and set some styles that will apply for every startup application. Let's say box sizing, and let's make it a border box. Let's make a margin of 0 and padding of 0 also. Save it, and here we go. Immediately it applies our style. And this is the one of the power things about React.js. It's like a hot rendering, very fast rendering. You don't need to refresh the time every change you have made to your code, so it will immediately refresh your page without any waste of time. Then next, let's target our body. Let's say body, and between the curly braces here, let's apply some styles. A padding of, for example, 40 pixel, and background color, let's change it hash 151515. Save it, and you will see it's applied immediately. Okay, and let's make our also font family to Arial. Here we go. Now let's go to our H2 and apply the color of the text styling to be white, and then apply the text align to be center, and also let's do some margin of 30 pixel, and let's make the size of our text font size to be, for example, 50 pixel. Save it, and here we go. That makes our text a bit better looking. So we have just applied some of the styles directly to HTML elements without manually having to select them right here in the app.jsx here. Okay, let's remove our header here. Save it. But what if we want to be more specific? So then we can use something called class name, like the same the vanilla JavaScript, but there is a rule you have to do it, which is let's make our here a div that we can style as a container here, and the class name here, the rules of the class name here should be in camel case. We cannot write it like that with a small letter, but let's make it the camel case way. Okay, and here we can make our class to be, for example, a card container, and let's remove some of the properties that we don't use in it anymore, and save it here. This div is wrapping all of our cards, so that's the styles that we are going to apply to this class name here in our index.css will apply for all of these cards elements. Okay, now here let's back to our index.css and styles that class name. In our case is a class name, but if we have the ID, we can do the hash. But with the class name, you can do the dot card container, and here let's do some styles for display of flex wrap to be a wrap, and justify content to be center. Save our changes, and here we go. Let's make also the max width to be a 1034 pixel for the large screens, and also let's make the margin to be 0 for the top and the bottom, and the auto for the left and right side. Okay, now let me teach you another way of styling, which is the inline styles. And this one you can apply directly into your component here, into your element in the component through this way. Let's remove this one and do the style prop here as a property. And also between the curly braces, we have to do another curly braces inside it. And also do some styles here. In our case, let's make, and here you have the value of the property of styling. We have to make it between as a strings, okay, between the double quotes. Border here would be like, for example, 2 pixel or 3 pixel for the width, solid, and the color also let's make it gray. Save it, and here we go. The border is applies immediately. This is the inline styling. Let's do another styles also. Let's make, for example, the border radius, and you can do the styles here with the camel case also way, not this not the same as the index.css. Okay, we can, here we have to do the dash, but here we do the inline styling, we have to write the property as the camel case way. The radius here, let's make it 10 pixel, and then let's make the background color be hash 3136 and 3f. Save it, and here we go. And let's make some margin at 10 pixel and padding of 20 pixel. There we go. So here is an issue I want you to be aware of, which is, for example, what if we, for example, mixed between the two types of styling to our React components. So which is the inline style here, and also with the class name, that which is in our case this one is card container, and we styled here also in the index.css separate file. Okay, what will happen? So let's see the result. Here in our inline style background color here, let's set it to be a blue, for example. Save it, and here we go. And back to our card container here, and let's make the background color to be like a gray. Save it, and there's nothing actually happens here, and that's because the inline styling has a priority over all the CSS stylings. Okay, so good to remember. I highly recommend to stick with one way of styling anyway. Okay, another way of styling is Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS is the today's word way to go, and it's the preferred way of styling any kind of React application. So later on in this tutorial, when we start building our real world application, we will use the most popular way of styling apps. Hi there, in the next couple of minutes I'm going to explain how to handle events like button clicks and form submissions and even input changes in React applications. I promise you by the end of this video you will handle these events like a professional developer. Okay, so hands on your keyboard and follow up with me step by step, so you will grasp all the infos I'm going to explain. So in my Visual Studio Code here, I have some JSX code. Simply it's application component here. It returns just an element here called div, which includes the h1 header here. So I'm going to get rid of this one, and instead let's create a button element here, contain the text of, for example, do something. But right now, if we view to our web page here, we have a button. It's been rendered in our UI here that says do something, but it doesn't do anything in reality. So when we click this, it doesn't do anything. So now I'm going to open up the console, and here we go. Now let's add something called a prop to our button element here called onClick. Is typed with the camel case method here, And the onClick prop, he will accept a function inside this curly braces. But before passing a function right here in our prop, I need to create a function above here in the top level of our component here. You are free here to choose between the arrow function and even the expression function. Let me do just the expression function here. Okay, and let's name it handle click. And simply this function, it will return a console log here, says the string, for example, button clicked. Save it is nothing happen here because we are missing the last step, which is we have to pass our function here in our event prop here. Let's paste it here down and save it. Now if we click on our button here, so it will log out in our console log here. The string says button clicked, which where we defined that here. So this function here is essentially just a callback function. Should be something you use to in JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, creating a function that when we are going to pass a function as a value to something else, and that thing is responsible for calling the function. In our case here, it's the button here. This is really similar to have an events in your React application. But because this is React, it's a bit nicer and you get to go in it GS6. An important thing that I want you to remember here is that we are passing a function as a value. We don't call the function here like this way with the parentheses here that will executing the logic and passing the return value of this function, which undefined. So whenever we want to do that, instead we do want it to pass it without the parentheses here, which mean as a value. So pretty much any event that you would need is available as a prop on these elements. Okay, this GSX elements. So a button has a non-click prop, for example, and if we have, for example, a form that would have an onSubmit prop, for example. Let me here make a form for us with some elements that we needed to practice on. A form, it will include, for example, an input element here, a button also, says submit. Okay, save here, and here we go. It pops up in our UI. As I mentioned just a second ago, so form has the event property of the onSubmit. And above, instead of having a handle click, for example, function, let's make another function here called handle submit. And this handle submit, simply it will return a console here, says, for example, form submitted. Okay, and let's pass down our function here, handle submit. Now, for example, if we click on the button submit here, or even enter it with the keyboard key enter here, that you will notice something here is happening in our our web page here. It's been rendering whenever we submit here. So what we just saw here, the form submitted briefly in the console, and the whole page here, it's refreshed. And that's because you still need to prevent the default behavior just as you would do in a normal web page. So I'm gonna accept an event object here in our function handler submit function, and then in our within our function call here, let's prevent the default. Prevent default, save it, and here we go. Now if we submit, for example, our form here, so he will not require the browser to be reload. And notice that an event handler always starts with the word on. In our case here, on click and the on submit. So these elements are gonna accept a callback functions through these event props, and the functions we pass in usually start with the word handle, like handle click and handle submit here. And you can call it whatever you want. And all of these functions can accept an event like this one, which is a React wrapper around the browser event object, but acting pretty much the same way. So for other elements, I can access a different pieces of data. For example, in our case here, we have the input. The input here, it will accept an onChange event prop here. This input field here, which is just a text input, I can pass a function for the onChange here event in the input element, which will be called every time there is a change to the input field. So every single time I add a letter, for example, in here in our input field, this onChange event will get called again and again, will get called every time. So I'm going to create another function above here, which is our third function here, and let's name it handle text change. And simply here it will just return the console. Let's accept here the event. So let's enter here the event here with the target dot value, which is the input field, and get the value from it, which should be whatever text I have entered here. Let's copy this function and paste it down here to our onChange here event prop. Save it, and here we go. If I start entering more text in the input field here, it's gonna console log that out each time. And to make this way more useful, we want useState to actually keep track of this data in more meaningful ways. So I'm gonna cover that later on in another video, and for now just going to console log everything out. So make sure to subscribe so you don't miss any of the future videos of my web development tutorials, especially that I'm focusing to make more React.js content these days. So now I have these three functions here that I'm passing into three different elements: button, form, and the input throughout their event props, but it doesn't necessarily need to define the functions like this. So we can define the functions inline, and it's common to use with the arrow function. I hope you are familiar with the JavaScript syntax arrow function. So inside the onChange here, we could change to be a function that accepts an event, and the console exactly same as our expression function returns. Okay, here let's make an anonymous function. It will accept the event with the arrow function, and here let's just return the console. Okay, copy it from here and paste it down, and then we can get rid of this function. Save it, and let's type another thing here, and pretty much the result, it will be the same. Most important thing here, that we are passing a function to this event handler, whether we create it within the component and pass it by the name like this one, or creating an anonymous function on the fly. It doesn't matter as long as we pass it a function. So and please remember to not call the function. You are not responsible for calling the function. You need to pass it. You need to pass the element so it can then call the function. Now let's refactor a bit our code. First of all, let's create a file in our source folder here called, for example, form.jsx, and here with the snippet code of RFC here that will create our component with the same name of our file. Here we have to return something. In our case, let's get cut out of this form, and here instead of returning the div in our form component, let's return our form. Save it, and nothing will happen, and that's because this form element, it depends on the handle submit function, which I have in my app.jsx file here, which is the app component, and we can name it the parent component, and this form, it will be the children component. So now here let's render our component form component here as in place of our form element, form with the self-closing tag, and immediately it will be imported automatically here our form component from the form file. If it's not, please import it manually and back to our code. So now our form, it won't work for now because this form, it depends on the handle submit function, which I have in the application.jsx. So I could take this function handle submit and put it in our form here component, but I will not do that because it's common way for developers to have use cases like where we would wanna this logic handle submit in large code base components like handle submit here function to be executed in the app component, because app here component is sometimes is managing some state or doing some networking or something like that I don't want the child component, which is the form here in our case, to have to do that. So in this case, I wanted to keep the function in the app here, but still have the form to be the one that calls it. So to do this, we can just hand function to the form using the custom prop. So naming convention is still usually start with the on. Here in our component tag here, let's define our prop here, says for example on with the lowercase, and then specify what kind of event it is. In our case, it's submit. Let's make on submit here, okay, and between the curly braces also let's pass it down our handle submit. As a second step, now let's go to our form here and accept it in our component here. The structured says for example is submitted, and instead of handle submit here, let's pass our value prop. Sorry, it's not is submit, is my bad, it's on submit. Okay, on submit, save. Now if we refresh our page, I guess it will work as usual. So let's try that out. Here we go. Now what we just done here, we pass the function down to our custom prop here as a prop. Then we accept the prop in our child component here, which is form, and then we pass in the function into the form, but this should still run in exactly way. Okay, so let me recap here. So this is a simple examples events, but these are things that you will do as you are developer when you are growing your apps. And to make more sense, we need to start using these events with the states, so we can start keeping track of changes within our applications. So stick around. In the next video, I wanted to go over how to use state with React. I will see you in the next video. Rendering a list of components is essential in React, whether you are building a to-do app, a product catalog, or just displaying data. Knowing how to render lists efficiently is a must-have skill. So without any further ado, let's get started. Okay, here in my VS Code here, in my app.jsx file, which is our main file that holds our parent component application here, I have this array of objects that represents the users, and each user is represented by this object with their unique name, ID, and email. And in real world applications like this data, for example here, it will probably comes from the database on the backend through the API. But this time, when we get into the React apps, it would be an array of objects, kind of look like this one. Okay, and it doesn't matter what kind of data it would be, because it's always will be an array of JavaScript object that represented some stuff usually displayed in the UI here in our screen web page. Now, in my app component here, I'm rendering a single user data. In my user component here, just the first one from this users array, this one here. And if I look over to our web page here screen, I will see the first username and its email showing on the screen. But how I get every user from this array displaying in my screen? Because I really want for all of this stuff here in the array to be rendered so that we can see it in our screen. Right now I have one single user, so I can see only one user in the page. But what if I have 10 users? Then I should see 10 users in my web page. And whatever data I have in this array, I should automatically see in my web page. And the UI should representing that data here to our web page. So obviously I can copy the user from here, for example, and paste it down and change it, for example, the index of our items here, accessing the index of 1, which is in our case this one, the second object in our array with 1, and let's get rid of this 0. And when we save it, we will see in our screen here the second user or the second object in our users array here is displayed in our UI through copying and pasting the same component and accessing the data in the second object in our users array. But this is not work for every item of the object, and it's very hard coded this way to do all of the items in our users array here manually by copy and pasting the same component, and that will make us getting through the issue of repeating ourselves. So the solution, maybe it comes in our mind to solve this issue. Take these users here and get them out of our markup, which is in our case this markup is just the component return here. Make a new array here, let's name it users components, and this array he will hold our users components. Okay, let's carry it from here, paste it above in our array here, and make a comma between them. This is a cool feature that I can put our component in a normal JavaScript array, and then we can put the array straight to our markup between the curly braces, which is the JSX format here, and let's render our users component. Save it. The result is pretty much the same in our UI, and don't worry about this red line, about this warning here. That's because the key prop for each component we have to render, and we will discuss about it in a minute now. So keep following with me. So now in the page React, we render that as we wrote those our markup directly, but really they exist in an array, and that's good for know that we can take an array of component and put that to our markup. So likewise, we can create an array from this data here, which is already been created, our users array for it, and put it directly to our markup like this one. Okay, so the first thing I can do here is deleting all of the user components here from our user component array. Okay, and we can start with the basic JavaScript loop. I hope you are familiar with some JavaScript syntax, so this loop is so important in JavaScript. So I can loop over each user from our users array here, and every time I loop over user here, I will create a new user component inside the for loop. So here is the mark of our for loop here that allows us to loop over each user here in the users array. Here, simply to display our component user here with its data, we have to change here to be accessing each user in the user's data here. Just make the user here, okay, and pass that as a proper and as a prop to the user name and email and their ID exactly. Then the next step, what we gonna do to register our users data here for each item in our users array here, for each object in our users array here through this JavaScript method also, and register them in our users component here. So then we can put it here in our markup, and it's been displayed with the app component into our, we rendered in our page here. So what we're gonna do, just take our users here component, and with the .push JavaScript method, we have to wrap in our user component here into it. So save it, and here we go. So now I have an array of components that I know that I can bring that to my markup like this one. So if I check my web page now, we can see all of the users have been rendered into my screen. And this should be a pretty easy concept. Okay, what we just done so far, that I have an array of objects, in our case is users data here, that I loop over it through this JavaScript feature for each user. In the users array, I created a new component for each data object in our array, and then I registered them in our new array here users component through this .push JavaScript method. And lastly, we rendered our array here in the component return with the JSX format. Okay, save it. Now let's talk about the key prop, which I just mentioned a minute ago to explain about it. If we open up our console, and immediately you will notice this warning comes from React, says, for example, each child in the list should have a unique key prop. And what I mean by that, so each child here list, because it will be a list of component of lists. Okay, so each item here, it has to be the prop with the key. Okay, in our case here should be a unique key. So what we're gonna do is just register it as a user.id, because here each object or each user in the users object here has a unique ID. And that's because React needs to be able to determine differences between each things of in the array here. Okay, most of the time when we have a list of things, we will have sort of unique identifier like this one. In our case, I have this ID, but sometimes you will have to render a list of objects that doesn't have an ID. So you can do it with the index or a map.random here. So you can create a random number for each ID. But I highly recommend to figure out how to make an ID for your objects in the array here. It's better to let React work in an efficient way. So this is a basic example to work with rendering a list of components just using the standard for loop here. So this is a plain JavaScript, old JavaScript code here. So this works just fine. But there is a better way to accomplish the outcome with the JavaScript ES6 feature, which is called map method. I can write directly in the markup here, our map method here, looping over each item in the users array without any need for the for loop here or any work out of our markup. Let me create here our example, and then make like a comparison between this way and the old way. Okay, so here in between the curly braces with the GS6 format, we can write, for example, directly accessing our users here of array users, and now we have to implement our map method here, and this map method we have to pass a callback function within it that accepts a user, and it will return our user component. So this is a bit consist code and shows in the intent of the using map. What we just done so far is taking our users array here and looping over each object in the array, which is in our case each user in the users array here, and creating a new component including the information about the item, and accessing their ID here and the name and the email and the ID also. And simply it will play in our web page through this user component. This user component simply is just a representative component that accepts the props here and display them with some HTML elements here with the GS6 format. So now we can get rid of this one here, and also with this array. We don't need it anymore. Save it. Here we go. It's been displayed our object or our users data in our UI screen here. Web page is the console here, so you can see the web page better. This is working the same as we did with the for loop here with the old JavaScript. So let me resume. So we get data into our markup here directly and creating a new component for each object in the array here. Right now I have 3 objects, but what if, for example, have a 1,000 object or a 2,000 object? So this code will work the same. We'll still creating a new component for each object in the array here. And if I want to render or get only, for example, the first object here or the second object here, so I can chain to this users array here another method called filter, and then it will accept an anonymous function, okay, that accepts, for example, a user, and check for each user in the users array here. For example, if the user the id here is equal, for example, to 1, which is, in our case, he will check for each object in our array here their id if it's 1. So then he will keep the object in our users array. Then the map method, it comes here to creating our user component here with these items, which is succeed with the operation with the filter here in our users array. Save it, and immediately you will see the result here in our UI, just rendering the first object. If we, for example, check for the ID of 3, so then he will give us the object 3 data. And the reason this works because this filter and map method, it simply just returns an array. Okay, it contains all the items it's been like mapped or looped over it for a certain condition or a certain operation. So map and filter methods here, it's widely used in every React application and every React code over there. One of the core concepts in React.js, conditional rendering. Whether you are building a dynamic UI or just personalizing the user experience, knowing how to render a component based on a certain condition is essential. By the next 3 or 4 minutes, you will be comfortable using if statement and ternary operator, logical AND operator, and even switch cases for your React projects. So let's dive right in. In React.js, conditional rendering is the process of displaying UI elements based on a certain condition. For example, you may want to display a login button when the user isn't logged in yet, or showing, for example, the dashboard when they are. This approach will keep your UI dynamic and responsive to the user actions or the application state. So without any further ado, let's move on to our VS Code and start practicing with the simple examples here. And I'm going to walk you through line by line and explaining furthermore for beginners. So let's dive in. So here in my app.jsx, I get this app component, which is the parent component here, and simply it just returns h1. Okay, and now let's start with our first method of conditional rendering, which is using the traditional if statement. This is a clear and straightforward way to determine which component or element should be rendered. So without any further ado, let's implement our code here, and immediately you will understand. First, let's make a child component here called function. Okay, and let's name it, for example, welcome message. And simply this component, it will return our if statement condition here based on a certain condition. And this condition, it will be, let's make like a variable here, simple variable const, for example, the name of the variable is logged in here, and the value, let's make it a boolean of true, for example. Usually when you work with the real world apps here, you will not working with a plain JavaScript here, like storing the state in just a variable here, simple variable, but you will store it in a state hook. Okay, but for now, let's just implement it with a simple variable here. So this our variable, its value is true. So then let's make our if statement condition here says, for example, if is logged in is true. Okay, we want to return h2 here, which says welcome back user. And if this is logged in false, which is we can do it with this one, it's not true, which means the condition it will be false, then we want to display the else statement here, and simply it will return another h2 here, says, for example, please log in to continue. And usually we return a components here based on the condition. We define the component here called welcome message. It checks for this condition if it is logged in or not. If it's true, it renders this part, which is here. And if it's not, it will shows this text here in our UI. Okay, and to see it in our UI, let's call our component here, child component in the parent component app here, so you can see it in the UI. call our welcome message component with the self-closing tag, save it, and immediately it shows in our web page here, UI. Here we go. It rendered in our UI. It says, welcome back user. So if this condition is false, which is it's not logged in, save it, and the text will be changed. Great. So use if statements when you need to perform more complex logic or when you want to branch into multiple return statements. The second method here to use the conditional rendering here, which is a bit simpler, is the ternary operator. Ternary operator is like the shorthand for an if-else statement. It's perfect for simple conditional rendering directly within your JS6. So let's check that out. Let's make another component here, function, and let's name it user greeting. And this user greeting simply it will return a div, and inside it, let's make our JS6 code here with the ternary operator. And simply here, let's display an h2 text, and inside it, let's make our JS6 is logged in or not. If it's true, then make a question mark here and the semicolon. So after the question mark, it will be the successful message or the successful part of our condition here, the ternary operator here. And if it's not, it will display the second part, which is after the colon here. The second part message will be if it is the condition is false. So here in the successful part, if it is logged in, it's true. Let's, for example, copy this text here and paste it down, and let's make it as a string here. Also, if it's false, let's display our text here. It says please log in to continue. Okay, let's call it in our app component here so we can see it. Save it, and here we go. This is logged in is true, so then it will display this part, and if it's false, it will display part here. So this approach keeps your code concise and easy to read. Ternary operators are ideal for simple conditions, but can reduce readability if nested too deeply. Okay, our third here method for the conditional rendering, which is the logical AND operator. And this one is so super, and I'm so glad to using this logical AND operator in my code. Okay, and this one's simple, which is great when you wanted to render an element only if a condition is true, without needing an else clause. And here, let's make another function, says notification, and simply it will return a simple div here, okay? And this div will include directly the JS6 code, which inside it our condition. Let's make another variable here, which will hold the Boolean value called has notification. This has notification variable, let's make it true also. Save it, and here let's check for our has notification variable here. If it's true, then let's use the AND operator, and simply with this symbol, the AND symbol here, and return whatever that you want to return, which is, in my case, I always use it with the returning a component. Okay, and simply it will says, for example, like a text of you have a new notification. And let's call our notification component here in the parent component app, so we can see it in our UI. Save it, and here we go. Our text is been pops up here because of this condition is true. So if it's not true, which is now it's false, save it, and what do you think it will be displaying? Think of it in a minute. Okay, let's save it and see the results. Here we go. When we save it, it will be hidden here, and it will not showing anything. It will not rendering anything to our UI. And that's the beauty of our logical AND operator. The entire expression returns false here, and React, so React will not render anything in that spot. And the fifth one, and the fourth one, the fourth method here, and the final one, and which is the switch cases. The switch cases. Okay. Sometimes, and this one is like sometimes you have multiple conditions to check In those cases, a switch statement can help organize your code more clearly. So let's see an example here where we render content based on a user's role, for example. And here, let's make another component, function user role. And here simply let's make our condition. But before that, let's define a variable called role, and then give it the string, for example, admin. Okay. And here, let's make our switch statement inside this user role component, switch. And here in the key, we have to specify the role, because it depends on this condition. It will return our text or our components. Now, if the case here, for example, an admin, okay, now I want to return, for example, this h2 says welcome admin. And let's make another condition case here. If our role here will be, for example, editor, then we have to welcome in the editor. Okay, another condition also, so that helps us to understand better. If the role here, for example, a subscriber, then we have to welcome into the subscriber in our text welcome in here, subscriber. And finally, we have a default here, which is it will return just simply, it will welcome into a random guest here. If the role, it doesn't have any of these strings here, so then we will display always this welcome in to the random guest. Okay, and here let's make just guest. And now let's call our component here, user role, and save it to see in our UI what it says. Welcome admin. Let's get rid of these breaks. If the role says, for example, editor here, save it, and you will see the text welcome editor. And that's because he will check this switch cases conditional rendering. It will check for the role here, which is the condition. If the case, for example, the condition value here is admin, then he will display this text. If it is editor, he will display this text. And if it is a subscriber, for example, he will render in this text here in our UI. So this method is particularly useful when you have several distinct cases to handle, making your code cleaner and easier to manage. And before we wrapping up everything here are a few best practices when working with the conditional rendering in React. So first of all, keep it simple. For the straightforward conditions, use ternary operators or the logical operator to keep your JSX consist. If your logic is a complex, consider to moving it outside the JSX into a helper function. Okay. The second thing, or the second tip here for a best practice here, avoid the nested conditionals. So deeply nested conditions can make your code hard to read. Refactor by splitting your UI into smaller pieces, manageable components if needed. The third thing here, the third tip, which is use meaningful variable names. Okay, in our case, for example, here checking for the user is logged in or not. So this is closest meaningful description or describing for our variable. Okay, and that has notification here. It helps to improve your code readability. And the last thing, which is you have to consider early returns. Okay, when using if statement, returning early can simplify your component logic by avoiding else blocks. Okay, that's it for our conditional rendering. Okay, we covered 4 methods here, which is the if statement, the simple one, and we covered the ternary operator, and also we covered the logical AND operator. Lastly, we covered the switch cases. So each method has its place, and choosing the right one depending on your specific use case. So if you found my explanation here or you helpful, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel here. That will support me to make more contents like that, and click the bell icon so you will never miss any new tutorials. Okay, If you have any questions or wanted to share your favorite approach, drop a comment below. I would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Now we are ready to dive into what I think is the most important concepts in React called state. So state is a data that a component can hold over time. It's necessary for information that it needs to be remembered throughout the application lifecycle. You can think of a state as like a React component's brain. It holds information about components that can change over time. In this code example, for example here, let's assume that we have this product lists here. Each product here is a card component. If you have, for example, to track if someone's added a product to the shopping cart or not, for example, in the e-commerce websites, you have to use state. So if we use a regular variable, something like const boolean variable here has added to be true, for example, that means this product, it's been added to the shopping cart or not. Okay, and then use it as a prop here in the cards component here in the parent component of the application has added, and the value also has added, which is true. Actually, well, this won't work because React doesn't know that something has changed and it won't update the DOM accordingly. Okay, that's because React rendering process relies on state and props to decide when and how to re-render the component. I mean by the re-rendering the component means to change in the component view in the UI here. Hook. Let's remove this one from here and this one. So without any further to do, let's create our first state. A state allows users to interact with each card and allows them to add or remove the card's product from or to the shopping list. I will start with our primary application component here, which is the parent component of this child component here card that is being passed and reused here inside the parent component. So first, I wanted to mention the rule for creating a useState hook, which is the useState hook. It should be defined at the top level of the component here. So we cannot define it inside the if statement or in a loop or in a function. Okay. So in order to use state in a component, we do it in 3 steps. First of all, we add a new state variable, and then we update the piece of state in some event handler. Lastly, we use it in the code, usually in JS6. First of all, let's define our state by saying const equal assign to the useState. Okay, enter, and immediately automatically it will import it here our useState hook from the React. Okay, if it's not imported yet, please import them manually. And between the square brackets here, we have to destructure the argument of the function of useState here in the array here. And keep in mind that in React, everything starts with verb use, that is refers to a hook. And React has many different hooks that allows you create and build your application more simply and more scalability. We will learn about them one by one, but now let's concentrate and focus on the useState hook. So React being one of the most important ones, and the way which state works is that you first destructure the actual variable name here. In our case, let's name it, for example, has added as a boolean variable in this case. And then as a second parameter here in the destructure array, you can get the setter function that you can use it to update the state. In this case, let's name it set has added. This is just a names I thought out of the spot, but you can follow this pattern. Okay, so first you give the variable name, it can be anything, and then use the set here as a prefix to the same name of the variable as a setter function. So this is the common practice. And now we have destructured our argument in the array here. Okay, but we are not done yet. So within the parentheses here, you can also provide the default value of that state. Okay, in our case, the state is a boolean, so the initial state here, let's make it false. So the variable value here, or the default value here, can be anything such as like a string, function, or even a complex object. So if it is, for example, a number, the initial state, you can make it 0 or whatever number that you want. Make it a false again here, a boolean folks. Now let's move in to the card component, which is the product card. Below the title here, let's remove this calculation. So below the title here, let's make a button. But before that, as you remember, we cannot return in a component 2 elements or 2 JSX code. So we have to wrap them into a React fragment here, or just wrapping them in a div. Okay, let's wrapping them in a fragment here. Below that, let's create in our button element here. Okay, and it says, for example, add to cart. Save it, and here we go. It pops up here in the UI. So the second thing of using state is updating. So you have to write an event handler called onClick, the event listener, and you can do it right here in the button tag here, onClick. Within the curly braces here, we can define what happens when this button was clicked. Okay, now the third step of using state, which is to use the code in the JSX. So we will define a callback function within it, like that, meaning when this button was clicked, this function will be executed, but more specifically what we will write inside the curly braces. Simply we'll call the set has added setter function, and I wanted to set it to be true. Okay, now this set has add function here, it does not doing anything because we did not have declared this use has add function state here in the same component. So it's declared here in the app parent component here, and the beauty and the complexity of the React comes here, which is deciding where you wanted to define a piece of state. So if the state, for example, has to do something with these cards here, all of them together, so it will make sense to put our state here in the component application. Or if we have, for example, another state, for example, here saying removing card or something like that, then it will make sense to have that state in the app. But in this case, the has add state here will be different for each of the cards. So it make more sense if we take this state layer from here and paste it into the card component. If we save this, so you can see, as you know, is a button here appears right here, right there in the UI. But let's style the page. So let's style the button further by heading over to the index.css and styling all the buttons in the page by giving them button here, by giving them a border to be transparent, for example, and font size 30 pixel here, and also let's make background color here, let's make it this color, basic. Sorry, the border here to be none, and border radius 10 pixel here, the width to be 100%. Okay, so that will all over the width of the UI of our view, and the text align to be center as it is, and also cursor pointer. Okay, and some padding here for pixel. Now if you click on the button, for example, nothing will happen or changes. So how we can change the UI depending on the state? Well, simply you can do some conditional logic. Okay, instead of simple returning text here says add to card, you can do something like this, removing all the text, open a new dynamic, a block of code similar of what we did here with the title. So now between the curly braces here, we write a ternary condition says has added. So if it's this state variable here has added here to be, for example, true, we want the text to be says, for example, delete from cart. And if it's false or if it's not true, make the text of the button will be add to cart. Save it, and here we go. This one changed because I've already clicked on it. If we click on this also, it will be changed to delete cart. So in the UI, always the btn here will say, for example, add to cart by default. If we click on them on the text, will change to be deleted from cart. And they will stay like that way until I reload the page. So they back to the add to cart. Okay, that's a very important thing. I would like to mention that the state is not persistent across the browser reload. So as soon as you reload the page, the component will re-render, and then the state will return to the default value or the initial value, which is in our case, which is false. The variable here, it will be false, and then it will appear that message on the text. Okay, now here is a question how we can delete from cart. So currently we are always setting the state of has added here to be true. So how we can figure out if the state is already has added or switching it to be false, so text will be deleting from cart. Okay, well, we can make set as add function here, state variable here to be not true from here. Now turn back to the btn UI here in the UI and click to see it will switch immediately whenever we click. Okay, so you see switch the text of the button here, and it happens instantly without the browser reload. That's because where the state change, React automatically re-render the component to reflecting the new data on the screen. So value starts at false, as you know, which is the default value. And when you click on the button here, the set has added function, setter function here, it will update our has added state variable here, and it will switch and set the state to the opposite of the previous value. So React then re-renders only that component, which is in our case the clicked component. And that's the beauty of React, is when clicking on a button that changes the state, it only changes the card it has changed its state, not all of the card elements here on the screen. And then the update has added value is use the JSX to update either the text to be add or delete the card. Okay. But if we kept this state within the application component, here is the parent component of the card component, okay, and passed it as a prop here for each of the cards here, we wouldn't be able to change the button text here for each card separately. In conclusion, like having it here state, for example, in the card component here, is allow the card component to manage its own state independently, making the component reusable and isolated. I hope this definition makes sense to you. And the syntax which we use it with the useState, and as I told you when introduced the hooks, useState is just a hook. Okay, hooks are special functions in React that lets you tab in React features like state management. In this case, there are many different types of hooks. useState for managing state, useEffect for handling side effects like data fetching, useContext for sharing data across components, and we have also the useCallback for optimizing the callback functions. And there are plenty and a lot of hooks as well, and we will go for them one by one in this full React tutorial. useEffect is a hook introduced in React version 16.08 that lets you perform side effects in your functional components in React. You can think of it like useEffect. It's like a special feature in React that lets you do things out of just displaying stuff to the screen, like for example fetching data from a server, updating the DOM manually, or doing some cleanup after the component is removed from the screen or from the UI. Let's say, for example, we want to log a message in our console every time a user adds a product or remove a product from a shopping cart. To track that, we can use useEffect. So here in my VS Code in this app.jsx file, which holds our parent component, app component here, that is just displaying to our screen the h1 here, learn React h1, and also the child component card here. We reuse it 3 times with different props here. For each we have a tiler. And here is my child component card here. Simply accepts the prop and display it to our screen here through this h2, and we have a button here with some setter function that updates our has add state here. So the button, it will be display text. If we clicked for it, for example, it will be add a product to the shopping cart and showing the text delete from cart. So then we can delete it here from the shopping cart through just clicking to the bottom here with the text delete from cart. Okay, so it's simple. All right. But now let's use our effect, useEffect here to track the user activities here. Whenever he click to this button card, so it will be add our cart product to the shopping cart. And we can define our useEffect just in the cart component and implement it right here below we declared our state. Okay, and here let's declare our useEffect, and immediately it will import it here from React. And here this useEffect, it will hold 2 arguments here. First will be the callback that we are going to define it here, just a callback function or anonymous function, and inside it or within it we can put our code that, for example, we want to execute something like console. Let's make a template string here and accessing our title, so we know which product that it's been added. Title here, which is the product we want to execute it with the text here, says, for example, this product has been added to the shopping cart, for example, or removed from it. So if we save it now and open up our console in our web page here, so what you're gonna see, we have logs here, 2 for each product. In our case, we have 3 products here, and here it will console 2 logs for each product, which means in total it's 6. Why do I have so many here? Well, that's because this cart component here gets mounted 3 times. So 1 for each of these products. But wait, something is not right here. Instead of 3 calls, okay, here in the console, we have 6 calls, which means this useEffect has been called 6 times, even though we have only 3 cards. It's been rendered to our UI. Why why the duplication? Have we did something wrong? Well, it's not really. So the reason, because the effect runs twice when the component mount, and that normal because we are in the development mode. If we go, for example, to our React docs here and to learn more about it, so we will see that's normal. So meaning we are in the development mode. So strict mode here is on once it enables in the development mode. So React runs setup and cleanup 1 extra time before the actual setup. And this is stress test. It will verify your effects logic is implemented correctly or not. So that's not a problem if we back to our VS Code. And also because when we deploy our app to the production, it will only run 3 times. But if we want to learn more how really React works in the production, we can head over to our main.jsx here and then removing the strict mode component from here, that wrapping up our app component and save. So this strict mode, it will make sure there is no duplication. So let's back to our console here and we will see only 3 times here. There is no 6 times. It's been logged here. Our cards means 1 for each of these cards getting mounted to the UI. Now let's say you want to track an activity of the user for some kind of algorithm that we may want to develop within it, within our app later on. So you want to track the number of clicks to each one of these cards, for example, to be able to recommend some products later on. in our application. So to do that, we need to create a new state, and simply we can do that right below our first state here. And let's, for example, declare it useState. And you know the steps of using a state in our React application, which is the first one we created here or declared. And here, let's, for example, give it a state, or the variable will be count. Okay, and the setter function, it will be set count. Pretty good. And here, let's define our default value of our count variable here, the initial state, and let's make it 0, for example. Since we are in a React application, it's normal to have multiple states for each component. Using this quick start is always helpful. Okay, now we have a state here. Now we have the state, so let's update it. And we can do that by creating the onClick prop here event handler in our card here component, the onClick, and within it here, we can provide our callback function. Inside it, we can make our updater function here, set count to be increasing the count here by 1. Okay, save it, and here we go. We are updating our state here once we click it to the card count here. Now there is something I want you to take attention to, which is we can find it in more complex interfaces, and it's not recommended to update the value of the state, for example, like this one here, by using the state itself. Okay, rather than, what you can do is updating the state here by creating another callback function here without the setter state call here, and you can get access to the previous state version from accepting it here as an argument to our callback previous state, for example, and later on doing whatever that you want within it. Let's make our previous state and increase it by 1. Here we go. Save it. In similar way, here in our button also set has add here state. We can change it and make it with the proper way of making our, for example, previous state here to be false. Save it, and the result, it will be the same. Now, as a third step of using the useState, let's use it in our JS6, and we can do that just right here beside the title. And let's make a BR tag here that allows us to display it in a new line. And here, let's, with the JS6 format here, curly braces, within it we can define our count, or accessing our count to be displayed to the UI. And here we go. And now if we reload the page, first of all, you will see only 3 different renders to the console here. Render the component for each card here. But now check this out. If I click on the card product, okay, here, card product, the count will increase here by 1. That's good. And if we keep clicking more and more times, even though we are not changing the button add to cart here state, our useEffect will keep firing. Here we go here. That's not good. That's not the behavior that we want. So let me show you how to run the useEffect only, for example, when something changed. To do that, you can do something called the dependency array, which you can pass it as a second argument of our useEffect here after the callback function. And here, let's make our dependency array and pass into it our add to cart variable here, and save it. Now, if we back to our page here and reload it, if we continue clicking to the cards here, you will see that our cards actually updating the count in each card, and the count state here will be changed, but this useEffect will not run. But as soon as you click on the add or the remove card button here, it will immediately change its state. Pretty cool, right? And can we have multiple effects as we can with the states here? For example, we have multiple states. Surely it is. Surely we can. So let me make another useEffect under this one. Okay, useEffect, and let's provide the callback function here. as a first argument, and the second, let's make an empty array here. In my opinion, this is the most used case of useEffect in React applications with the dependency array. So this useEffect, it will runs only once with the mounting of the component only when the component first appears to the UI or rendered to the UI. So inside it here, let's make a console log, for example, with the string says, for example, card rendered. If we do that and save, let's see in our console here, we will see this effect. It rendered here once for each of the cards here, which have 3 cards. This is how useEffect manages the side effects based on the dependencies that you will provide. So let's resume. First, when we create our useEffect here, and within it we provide the callback function as a first argument and the dependency array as a second argument. Okay, and the importance of this dependency array, once he is empty, so now this useEffect, it will fires or to be called once for the component is being rendered in the on mounting state. And if we, for example, make another variables here inside it, so it will execute it or call this useEffect whenever there has added state here or variable it's been updated. Okay, I hope you now have a clean understanding of how to leverage useEffects to manage your side effects in your React applications. Share your thoughts on the questions in the comment below. Do you want to build a modern, beautiful personal portfolio that truly stands out using React, Vite, and Tailwind CSS? Well, in this tutorial, I will show you exactly how to build a fully responsive, fast, and interactive portfolio. Using the most up-to-date technologies, we will design a standard layouts, add smooth animations, and incorporate interactive elements that will make your portfolio not only beautiful, but also highly functional. Whether you are a developer, a designer, or a creative professional, having a great portfolio is essential to showcase your projects and skills. By the end of this video, you will have a polished portfolio for landing your first developer job, upgrading your online presence, or impressing with it potential employers and clients. So here is our final look of our portfolio that we are going to build together in this tutorial. Starting with this amazing background animation welcoming the visitors, and it will open to this home section, which is the hero section, with this amazing structured content, your name, a brief about you, and with 2 buttons here animated so well. You click on this contact me, that will lead you to the contact form that allows the recruiters or anyone visit this portfolio to send you a message to your email. And we have also this button of resume that allows visitors to download your resume or your CV. The second one, we have from this Navbar here, we have this animated menu. If you click about me here, that will lead you to the about section with this amazing feed in, and the about me section here includes some information about you and also your skills, education infos here, and with some work experience. And all of these components are customizable, so you can create as many as you want. And also we have this third section here, which is the project, animated so well. When you hover over one, it changes the background, and it allows you also to visit a website. We have these dummy projects, and you can fill it with whatever your portfolio project. And finally, we have this contact form. It's functional. Anyone can write the name, email, and send you some text from here, and he can submit. Then you can find the message in your email. And also finally, with the footer here, with these amazing icons of your social media contacts, it can lead them to your social media contacts. And we have here the LinkedIn, GitHub, and X, and you can add whatever that you want. And with the footer here, with this just small text. And also our portfolio here is responsive. It's responsive for all of the devices. We have, for example, the tablet one, and so that the layout will be changed. And here we go. amazing structured responsive website. And also for the mobile, the menu will be hide, and it will show you here the hamburger menu that allows you to navigate through your website through these links. For example, let's navigate to our projects, and here we go with this smooth scrolling that will make the user experience so friendly and lovely. Okay, and also we have also in our navbar here, let's say we are in the contact form, and if we click to the logo here, just my name for example, it will lead you to the home page. Before we start this tutorial, if you could subscribe and leave a like, that will be amazing. Now we got that out of the way, let's jump right in. Okay everyone, in order to start this tutorial, I need you to create a folder in your desktop or whatever you want in your machine. You can name it whatever you would like, and I want you also to open it up in your code editor. Any code editor could be you choosing to use. In my case, I named my folder a project here, personal-portfolio, and I open it in VS Code editor here. So in order to start a React app, I'm going to use Vite. So in order to use Vite to create our React app, I need to have this command. It's been provided by Vite official website, which we can find it here, npm create Vite at latest. We can copy it from here, okay, and back to our VS Code and open our terminal by pressing the Ctrl-Shift backticks, or you can just tap in the top here and choosing a new terminal. Pass the command that will install Vite package for us here at the latest version and press enter. So here is asking you to give you a name you would like to create for your project. Personally, I want to create my project inside my current directory here, personal-portfolio. So I don't want to make another folder inside my current folder. So I just wanted to put here dot and press enter. And here we can choose whatever framework that we are going to use Vite to create my React app. So let's choose React and choosing JavaScript. Now I'm going to run npm install, and that will take a bit time here to installing all of the dependencies that comes with Vite application. You can just wait a few seconds. Once it's done, we will run the second command here, npm run dev. npm run dev to actually run our server locally. And this URL, it's been provided by Vite here in our terminal, will be the truly URL to start the web page in your browser. So you can just press the command and click on it, and here we will open up boilerplate here which comes with React in our web page at this URL, localhost 5173. Now let's back to our VS Code, and there is a couple things we need to install in order to make our portfolio. First thing, we want to install tailwindCSS. That will allow us to style our React application perfectly. You can just head over to the official website of tailwindCSS here and just follow the commands here. Follow the steps that he will provide for you to install in tailwindCSS with Vite package. First of all, here we have to install Tailwind here with Vite. Just copy this command as of our first step here. Back to our terminal, open a new terminal from here, and you can paste it down. Enter, and that will install the tailwindCSS package for us with Vite. tailwindCSS here, we are installing the version 4, which is the most up-to-date version, and this is how it's recommended to install it, with following all of these steps here. We have done with the first step here, npm install tailwindCSS at tailwind/Vite. Here we go. Once installed, let's move on to the second step, which is to configure the Vite plugin. And here we have to copy this Tailwind CSS and put it in our Vite config file in our VS Code. we can find it here, and we can put it here as a second in the plugins array here as a second property, Tailwind CSS. And without forgetting to import it here, the Tailwind CSS package, copy it and paste it in our vite.config.js. And as a third step, in order to using the Tailwind CSS in our code, we need to import also the Tailwind here, and we can put it in our main index styling file. We can find it here in the source folder and here with the index.css. Let's make it on the top. Don't worry about this, all of this styling. I told you it's the boilerplate styling, comes with Vite once you install it, once we install the React application. Paste it here at import Tailwind CSS. Back to our Tailwind CSS website here, and the fourth step here, we have to run the command npm run dev. Copy from here, and here in our terminal, back to our first terminal, we can just stop the server by pressing the Ctrl+C and run it again with npm run dev. That will refresh our website. And here we go. Let's get rid of this one and all of this one also. Here we go. Now we are actually ready to start using Tailwind CSS in our code. And we can try that out by making some Tailwind CSS, for example, like this one. Copy from here and go back to our VS Code. And we can open up our app.jsx here that holds the application that it's been rendered, the boilerplate here of our application. We can just style in this Vite plus React here. We can give it the attribute class name, and let's make background, for example, let's make it blue. Save it, back to the web page, and here we go. It's been applied to our boilerplate that comes with Vite. Great. So now the only last one thing that we need to install it here that will help us to make a professional icons throughout we coding the project, which is the React icons. So just run the npm install React-icons. That are beautiful React icons that we can use it as a package here throughout writing the project. And we can check that out here, all of the icons that you would need in any project that you would like. You can find it here in this repository, GitHub, React icons. And here we go. This is the most modern way how to use icons with React applications. All of the icons that you will need, you will find it here. For example, let's say we want an icon for menu. And here will provide for us a tons of menu icons here. What you're gonna just to do is importing this icon here from the icon React icon package and use it, the icon here itself with the as a component here with a self-closing tag. Now let's back to our VS Code. So without any wasting any time, let's back to our folder structure here. We are currently having a couple of folders and files. We want, for example, delete all of the boilerplate here from the app component here.jsx and running the snippet RFC here to generate for us a React component here. And you can find this snippet, the amazing snippet here, using it with the React application with this VS extension. You can find it here, which is the ES7 here plus React that will provide for us all of the snippets that will help you to write your React application fast. And here, let's say, for example, home. And I hope it's done installing the package, the React icons package. We can just close down our terminal and start writing code. So we want also to remove all of the boilerplate here code that comes in our index.css and just keep the first one here, the Tailwind CSS, that will help us to use the Tailwind CSS with our project in order to style in it. Okay, and here also we can get rid of all of this code and we can see our page and here we go. It's removed all of the boilerplate code comes with Vite. And that's our component home, which is we have just created with the app.jsx here. Inspired to using Tailwind CSS in order to style in our application, let's make here a couple of stylings here, global stylings here that will apply to our HTML and body tag. And here let's make the margin of 0, so there is no separation between the elements in our website. And let's make a padding also of 0. Also, I want to define a font here, font family, and you can make any font that you would like, and you can also import any Google fonts, but in my case I will go with this Arial, for example, Arial Helvetica sans serif. And let's make a background also with the following color, 1C 0D30, and we have the color also of our text. Let's make it F3, F4, and F6. Save it, and let's see in our web page. Here we go. The styling, it's been applied. To see it better, let's also make our Tailwind here CSS with the class name attribute. Give it a text size of 3XL, and make the font also of our text bold. And let's make underline our home here. And here we go. The Tailwind CSS also, it's been applied. Now let's start creating our folder structure for our project. In our project, we are going to have a lot of components, and I want to have all of these components in two main folders or directories in our source folder here. So let's create our first directory, and let's name it UI. And this UI folder will hold all of our unique components like navbar, animation components, and many more. And the second folder will include all of the pages of our website. But for a personal portfolio, I personally don't like routes. And if you are familiar with React, you know these routes is like a multiple solution to access your web pages in your application. But I think is when you do client-side routing with even 10 stack router or like React router DOM, delay can occur. And if you want to make your personal portfolio as efficient as fast as possible, because you don't want to waste the time of the recruiters, you probably you want to make everything in a single page. So that's what we are going to do in this project, but it's gonna to make look better, as you will see. In order to do that, let's make our second folder here in our source folder, and let's name it, for example, sections. And this section folder will include all of the files such as like home.jsx, and will hold also like our about section.jsx, and will hold another component also projects.jsx, and finally will include also like contact section GSS section. So each one of them will be independent, and we will use a navbar to navigate between the four of them. Let's close our files here. Or outside the sections here in our UI folder or directory, let's create a navbar component. Let's name it navbar. As you know, the component must start with the uppercase letter here, navbar.jsx. And here simply we have to run our component with this snippet rfc. Here we go. And this component simply will return as some UI in our web page. Let's change this div to be a nav here, for example, and let's implement a class to style it with the Tailwind method with the class name here. And I want my navbar here to be fixed. Let's place it on the top, for example, here with 0. And let's have the navbar will be for the full of our web page with the z-index of 40. And also let's have a background for our navbar here, and let's make it customizable with the RGB method of colors, RGBA. And between the parentheses here, 10, 10, 10 also, and lastly we'll have the 0.8. Okay, and I want to style also our navbar here with the backdrop. For example, will be blur and large. And also we want the padding here for the left side and the right side, which is the axis way, to have like 1. And let's make also a border in the bottom, and border color here will be white, and let's divide it on 10. And also let's have a shadow large, for example. Here we go. And in our navbar here, let's create in our first div, and this div will hold a class name attribute here to style it. Let's make the max width here 5XL. And the beauty of our Tailwind CSS, which is when you hover over this property, a CSS property, for example, or a Tailwind property here, styling, though it will show you the exact vanilla CSS here with what is mean in the CSS, and with all the measurement also and comparison to a pixel or RAM, for example, here. So this 5XL, that means we have like a width with the 10, 24 pixel or just 64. So have the margin here, the left or and the right side with auto, and also padding in our two sides here with 4. And inside it, let's make another div here, and let's style it with our class name attribute here, flex. Let's make it flex. This div here, flex justify, so he will center, or he will separate between the elements inside this div as a between. And let's make the items center. And also let's have another font here, for example, like mono, and with the high of 16. So this high 16, simply he will be like equal to 4 RAM or 64 pixel. Let's have, like, for example, in the left side, for example, a logo, and we can do that. And the beauty of our React here, so you can make here this logo like a separate component and then call it here. So let's try that out. In our UI here directory, let's create a logo.jsx component, and here let's run our snippet. And for our logo here, we want text says, for example, your name or Ishaq Zin Labidin. Okay, and let's style a bit our logo here, and not make it like a div, but let's make it an anchor tag, so it will be a clickable, and when we click it, so he will direct us to wherever that we specify in our href here attribute. In our case, for example, when we click on this anchor tag, which is Ishaq Zainabidin in this in our web page in the top, so he will direct us to our home, because our navbar will be fixed, so he will direct us to our home page or home section. And let's have also here a class name here, so the font, for example, will be mono, and let's make the text size, for example, XL, and the font we want to be bold, and the text gray of 300. And here let's make my last name here, for example, as a span, so we can style it separately. Let's make it inside our span, and our span here, let's implement some styling here, for example, a background of gradient to the right, for example, as a direction. And we want margin for the left side with 2 here will equal to like 8 pixel. And we want, for example, our gradient colors here, like starting from the left, say from T 400, this via this blue and to go in at the end will be like to Indigo. Let's make it 600, and let's make a background here clip. So here we'll clip our text, background clip, text, and let's make the text transparent, so he will be shown the background as the text color will be transparent. Here we go. Save our component here just to see our logo. So let's call it here in our navbar here. So let's call our logo component. Here we go. It will be imported in our navbar here component. Okay, at the top. And in order to see our navbar, how it is look like in our web page or in our website, we have to call our navbar also in the main component, because this navbar, it will be the child component of the app component here, which is the parent component. So here, instead of this static text said home, let's call our navbar component navbar, and here we will import it also automatically from the UI folder, and we will access the navbar here. Save it, and now if we hit over to our browser, and we will see our navbar here on the top of our web page. Here we go. It's actually done with the span of styles, different colors here. That makes it amazing and clickable also. If we click here, so he will direct us to our home. We don't have yet the home section, so he will not make any sense. So let's back to our VS Code here, to our navbar, okay, and start doing some work, which is making our menu, make it responsive also. Let's create here another div, in our navbar. So let's create here another div and implement this Tailwind styles inside the class name here, flex, and for the medium size of our page width here, for example, let's make it also flex, because Tailwind CSS is like a mobile first responsive. So he will, if we do it like that, so he will implement it like for the mobile screens. And for the MD here will be implemented the width size of our, for example, a tablet. And we have also the small and the large. This is the Tailwind units that will separate our width of our styling responsiveness. Above the width of 768 pixel, he will implement this text after the colon here. Okay, so let's make also the items here center, and the space between them will be 8. Second div here will have also a class name here of, for example, hidden for the small sizes. We will not show these tags here in the small size, but it will shows here as a flex in the middle size. Flex, and items also, let's make it center, and with the space also of x8. And here let's have our anchors, so each one will be holding a section to navigate through. Anchor tag here, and let's first of all start with our home. This anchor tag also, let's style it with text gray 300, and when we hover over it, we want the text to be extra large. And when we hover also, we want the text to be white, and the transition between when we hover, we want all of them, the colors and even the size. So here, the text or the content of our anchor tag here, let's make it home, as you know, and save it. Back to our browser or our home page here, and we will see, let's back. So let's make a copy from it. Here we go, and paste it down like 4 times. And each one of them will hold another text. For example, here, let's hold about, as a text will be about. And here we want to have a project. and here the section to be project, so we can navigate through it. When we click, direct us to our project section. And here we have the contact and with the text of contact. Save it, back to our web page, and here we go. But I think it's like a bigger, no? Let's check our code here. Let's make, for example, a text by default will be just large. Here we go. If we hit over it, it will be growing. So we want all of them will hold the same. So here, let's make the about also text will be by default text large. And if we hover over it, will be text extra large. And here we go. Let's see again, and this is better. So here in our website, we have our amazing navbar here standing with on the left, we have the logo and also with this beautiful horizontal menu here. But if we resizing the width of our page here, you can notice immediately the menu will be hidden. And that's because simply we are given the style of our div here that holds all of the menu tags here hidden for the small size screens. And for the mid size screen, which is the width size above 768 pixel, that will be flex displaying. And you can notice that immediately when we grow in our width here. Here we go. So at this point of time, what we're gonna do, we need some menu icon here that allow user on the mobile screens, when he click on it, it will display the menu here, so then he can navigate through the website easily. Pretty good. Now let's back to our VS Code and let's implement our icon, and we can do it just right over here with the logo and the div that holds all of our menu here at the same level, which is they will be the children of the parent div here that holds all of our nav. Let's define our icon here. Simply we can put it separate div here, and that div we can style it with like a text size of 2 XL, and we can give it the position of absolute, and we want it on the right of our screen of the mobile sizes, the z index here to be 40, and also we don't want it on the desktop screens, for example, to be shown, so we can put it here with the mid size here to be hidden. And we want also a cursor here to be pointer, and let's change the font to be mono. And inside it, let's put our icon. There is many ways to display here a menu. You can do it with HTML here code, but in my case, I will do it with this amazing React icons library I have just installed in the beginning of our video. So here is our icons. You can find each icon in the world here. You can just search for it, and in our case, we want like a medium menu here, and here we go. You can choose here whatever menu that you would like. Pretty good. So just to use this amazing package in our code here, you can import in the same component that you are going to use the icon, import here the icon from the React icons here, and you can use the icon simply in your code. Let's import it here in our navbar on the top, and back to our div here, and inside it, let's specify our icon is named MD menu. Pretty good with the self-closing tag. So in order to specify when the icon can show or can't, we need to know if the menu of the mobile size is open, this one here. So this is gonna be an icon that we are gonna click on it to open the menu if the screen is smaller. And we can see it here in our screen. Here we go, it's shown here, but it doesn't do anything if we click on it, so it needs some logic here. And in the desktop, in the tablet and the desktop width here size, it will disappear, and the horizontal menu it will shows again. Back to our VS Code. So now to check that, we do need to keep track of the menu. So I'm going to create or define a state. That state will track if the menu is opened or closed. Based on it, we can do some logic. We can define our state here in the navbar, but actually there is a better way to do it, which is we can specify or define our state here in the parent component that holds the navbar as a child component. And that's because we need these states in the same level component here. We need to create it later on, which is the mobile menu. So we cannot pass, if the state here in the navbar, we cannot pass it to the sibling menu navbar here. So there is a technique in React called lifting up the state, which is only way to pass the state through components. That will be a one-way data flow, which is from the parent to the child component. And that's why we are going to define our state here. So let's say const, and let's give the name of our state like is menu open, and the setter function will be set is menu open. And also here, let's call our useState hook. That useState hook, by default, this state will hold the value of false as a boolean. That we know our menu by default is closed. Next, we have to pass this state down as a props in our navbar. So we can just say menu open as a prop here is menu open, and we have to paste both of these pieces of state. The set is menu also, we need it in the navbar component. Now let's go to our navbar, and there is a better way in VS Code that provide this option to move in to component. Just click in here the command on your keyboard and press, and there is other way to just navigate through the folder structure from here and go to your navbar. Pretty good. And here we need to destructure our props through between these curly braces. And let's say menu open, is menu open, and also set is menu open. Now we will go to our navbar over here, and there is something to do here in the top level of our component that will answer our question, what we want to happen. Actually, I want constantly to be checking. So what we are going to check in here, I will tell you. We will check in with this useEffect hook. I hope you're familiar also with this amazing hook that managing the side effects operations in our application. I've just did a whole explanation about it in my full tutorial React. You can just check that out in my YouTube channel later on. And this useEffect, it will accept two arguments. The first one will be this callback function. What I want them to check with this useEffect hook, we want the document here, .body, .style, .overflow, and I want this to check. And let's make here a ternary operation, checking if the menu is open. So this piece of state is true. By default, you remember it's false. So if it is true, then I want this style of the body overflow to be hidden. And if it is false, as it is by default, we want it to be empty. And the next thing, which is our second argument here of our useEffect, and that will be our dependency array. And here we can specify the is menu open. That means we'll check for every time that state changes, the value of the is menu open is changes, whether is false or true. So when the value of the menu will be changed, and that's will be here when the user, for example, clicks here, the value of the state will be changed and the menu, it will be displayed here. And how we can let the user change the value of the state? Simply, we can update the state through this just amazing on-click here event prop that it's been recommended by the React team. On-click, and inside it, we are going to say with this callback function, and that returns our setter function here is set is menu open. We have to check in the previous state of it, which is our case this false, and we can specify it wherever you want, but this is the most recommended way, which is to run a raw function inside it here. Say, for example, the previous value to be not prev, which means if our is menu here is false, then this function, updater function, it will reset our state here to be true, and the opposite also will be applied. If it is true, it will be when we click on the menu icon, it will make our state false and it will disappear the menu. So now if we click on it, it doesn't do anything also, because we don't have the mobile menu navbar, still not created yet. So let's create it here, and simply we can create it in a separate component here, and we can name it mobile menu.jsx, and running the snippet rfc that will generate our component here. Let's also call it in our app.jsx, that will, so it will be the sibling with this navbar component. Mobile menu with the self-closed tag, it's automatically imported here from the file component, and here also it will accept pieces of state to be passed down as the navbar also. So let's go to our mobile menu here, and that simply this component mobile menu, it will return this div that contains the following styles. So at this point of time, we do need to have or to use the backticks like that, so we can inject that boolean inside our styling that allows us to conditionally styling our component. I'm going to put this backticks here, give them this kind of default styling and the width of full, and let's also give it a position here on the top 0, and also with the left of 0, and also with a background here to be customizable RGBA. The first value will be 10, second 10, third 10, and the last one will be 0.8. And here also we need to give them like a z index here of 40. Will also displayed as a flex and flex call. It will display in our menu here vertically, not horizontally. And let's make the items here center, justify center. Give them also a transition all and duration of 30, and the gap between the our menu items here will be 15. Oops, it's gap, not gat. It's my bad. And also let's make the animation here easy in out. Now let's make our conditional here styling, because since all of this depends on whether the menu is opened or not, most of the styling will actually depends on that state, which is we can specify it inside this $sign and curly braces here, and we can set menu open, and we need to destructure here our props. We forget about it. Is menu open and set is menu open. So here, if our state, if it is true, which means our menu it is opened, then we need to display this styling also, which the high here of our page here will be the screen, takes the whole high of the screen, and the opacity of 100, and the pointer also event arrow. And if it is our menu is false, then we need to display another styling which is the opposite of the first one, and here the high will be 0, the opacity it will be the opposite, which means 0, that will remove our menu here, and the pointer events to be none. Inside our div here, let's specify a button here, and this button, it will hold the following styling for the position absolute, and we wanted this button to be on the top here 5, and the right also to be 7. And also we want the color of this button here, which we are going to specify it as an icon to close the menu here. with the to Excel and focus outline none, cursor pointer here. And also we have to add something here just for the community of the they have disability, that we make our website accessible here with area label says close menu. Here we go, and here let's call our the cross icon here, and we can find it in our React icons. Let's search for it, cross, and here we can find our cross here. Pretty good. Import the icon and paste it down on the top of our mobile menu file here, and we can call it inside this button simply with this self-closing component rx cross 2. So this icon here, it will be like a way to closing the menu if it is open. So I'm going to specify on this button here an on-click prop, on-click, and pass it inside the callback here that returns the setter function set is menu open to be false. So that will change our state if it is our menu is open, which is this state is true. So it will make it again as the default value false, and the menu it will be closed. Here we go. Let's see again, open and close. Pretty cool. Now I will add all of our menu tags. It will be like a similar to our navbar here horizontally. So we go without any wasting of time. Let's just copy this anchor tags from our menu navbar here and paste it down under this button here. Save it, see it in our mobile screen menu, and here we go. Now I want to change all of the styling of these tags here. Just hit the command and press the D. That will select all of the same properties here of the styling, deleting all of the current styling and add curly braces inside the backticks here. Let's give them a styling here. Our own style is here. Let's specify the text size here to be 2XL. That makes it bigger a bit, and the font of semi-bold. And let's make the color of our text here white, and let's give the margin on the top and the bottom here to be 4, and the transform, and the duration also of 300. And here we have to specify our condition styling, and here let's make the first one conditional styling here. It depends on our menu if it's open or not. So within this $sign and curly braces, let's check is menu open, and if it is true, then I want to apply this styling here that says the opacity here 100, and the translate here for the Y to be 0. And if it is false, our menu which is closed, then we want to apply this opposite styling, the opacity 0, and the translate of the Y here to be 5. Let's copy all of this conditional styling here and paste it down, so that will be the same for the other items on the menu also. Paste it here, and let's paste it here also, and let's paste it here. Good. That we can see better. And let's back to see in our website here on the mobile screen size. So the horizontal menu, it will be disappeared, and the menu icon here will be appearing here. So when we click on it, then our menu, it will pops up here. And if we click on the icon of this cross, that will be closing our menu. Pretty good. Now, if we click on one of them, there is nothing will happen. But at this point of time, what we're gonna do, we want a way here to, when we click on part of our menu here, which is the home section or the about section, or even the project or contact section here, we want to leave into the same section on the website and closing the menu. So we can do that with just specifying an on-click here for all of the tags here, the menu items. Just copy from here and we can paste it down for all of our anchor tags here. Pretty good. We forget the home. Save it. And how does this work? When we click, for example, on the home here, so it will be navigate through this href to the same section in our website. And what you're gonna do, he will change the state, the value of our state here to be false through this setter function. And the is menu open here, it will be false as the default value. Now let's resume what we just done in this Navbar creation section. So simply we specified our state here and we passed it down to the Navbar and the mobile here as a props, the pieces of the state. In the Navbar here, we accept the props here, destructured, and we updated our state here through clicking on this menu hamburger icon through changing the previous state to be a new state, which is if it's true it will be false, and if it is false it will be true. So that allows us to open the menu, and here we need to define this icon to be conditionally here appearing or disappearing. So here conditionally we want to show in our menu, hamburger menu here with a certain condition. For example, here, if the is menu open here, if it is true, then we can allow this icon to be shown here through this logical AND operator. And in our case here, by default, it is false. So let's make this, it's not false, meaning that true. So then the hamburger menu, it will appear. When we click here, so the hamburger menu, it will be gone. Maybe you don't see it because the opacity here is a bit darker, but you will immediately notice that there is no hamburger menu here except this new icon that appears. And let's continue the resume also. And here in our mobile menu, we accept the pieces of state that we passed here through these props here in our mobile menu icon, and we accept it here. And then what we're gonna do, we just to display the styles here of our vertically the mobile menu screen here, and showing this button crosshair that when we click on it, that it will change the state to be false. So that allows the is menu open here to be false, and then applying this styling that will hide our blur menu. And also each of these anchor tags can navigate to sections in our website, and in the same time that has another functionality that when we click on one of them, let's try that out. When we click on one of them, these icons, it will close in our menu. Now we are kind of done with the navbar. It's annoyed, but in fact it's a part of our project. Now let's close this up. This file is here, and let's start building another components. Have you seen a cool loading screen animation when you're visiting some web applications where it shows such a welcoming text? Well, you are in your lucky day. We are going to build an impressive loading screen animation that will be customizable so you can use it in your future projects. Let's jump right in and start by creating a component inside our UI folder here, and we can name it loading screen animation .jsx, and running our RFC snippet here, it will generate our component. With this container div, let's specify some styling in our class name attribute. We can give it here a fixed, and the inset of 0, the Z here to be 50, and the background to be black. Let's give it the text color here will be gray of 100. And also let's display as a flex column is here, and the items we want them to be center, and the justify content also to be center. And also we want a gap between items inside our div here to be with a 5 here, that meaning like a 20 pixel. So this div will contain 3 main tags here, or 3 main things here, which is our text, and the blinker here inside our span, we will define it. And also we have the progress bar. So you can imagine how our loading screen it will be. And immediately let's start in by defining our progress bar here inside another div here, and let's give it a styling of a width here of 300 pixel, and also with the height we want it to be a bit tiny, so let's give it a 3 pixel here, and the background to be gray of 800, a bit darker, and also to be rounded. The position here, or it will display in here as a relative, and the overflow to be hidden. So inside our div, let's create another div here that holds this progress bar styling. Inside that holds the progress bar here styling of the width of 40% and with the height of full. So he will cover all the height of this first container div of child div here, so to be full. And we want a background of blue 500, and the shadow also 0.015 pixel, and the color will be 4179E3. And also we want to give this div like a class name here. We can name it animate loading bar, so we can style it later on in our index.css. Here copy all of this progress bar here and paste it down, so we will have two progress bars here that it will containing our text that we're welcoming the visitors. So here between them we will specify another div that holds our static text. We can like make it for now a static, and then we can change it to be dynamic, and simply we can say glad to have you here, simply. And let's give it a styling here of the margin button to be 4, text size to be 2XL, font to be mono, and the font semi bold. Let's also here to make in like kind of this blinks here. So this blinks, we want it inside a span tag here. I will tell you in a second why I put it here in a span either and rather than, for example, p tag here. That's because if we put it inside like a p paragraph text here or another div, that it will generate for us in a new line this one. But in our case, we want to have a different animation and different styling from the first div here. So we put it here, and then it will appear in the same line with this text. So let's give it a class name here of animate blink, so we can later on style it in our index.css. And let's also give it like a margin for in the left side of 1, and text to be 2XL, and the font to be bold. Pretty good. And you can just get rid of this prettier weird stuff here. And now let's call our loading screen animation component in our app.jsx, which is the parent component of our application. And we can do it inside a fragment tag here rather than this div. Just get rid of these styles, and we can put it on the top of our returning from the application here, which is above the navbar and the mobile, which is it will be the first thing it will appear in our screen when the visitor open our website. Simply here call our loading screen animation with a self-closing tag, and it will import it immediately here from the file loading screen animation path. If it's not, please do it manually. That causes the component, won't render. Now let's see how it looks like in our browser. And here we go. It doesn't do anything. Absolutely. The reason for that, because we haven't put any animations or logic for making this appear and then disappear again from the screen. Let's back to our VS Code. And in order to make the animation for our loading bar, which should be the first thing to be shown when we open the website. Now we want to come to our index.css, and I wanted to define here under this tag and body styling tags here, we want to define a layer of utilities here. In this layer utilities here, I'm going to specify the keyframe here of loading, and this loading, it will hold 0%. We want the transform to be translate x here of -100%. And also we want it at the end 100% transform translate x here to be 150%. Good. And another thing, we have to install it, which is this class name that we specified for our progress bar, which is animate loading bar. Let's copy it from here and back to our index, put a dot with the following class name here, and let's give it an animation here of loading here, and with the 0.8 s here per second, the animation will be ease, and we want it to be infinite. Good. And the next thing we have to do also, let's style our span here, this animate blink. So we wanted to like blinking as you see in like a bigger websites to impress the users. Let's also specify here the layer of utilities, and also with the keyframe here of blinking, we can name it blink. And this blink, we want it like 0% and the 100%. We want the opacity of our blink here to be 1. And at the 50%, we want the opacity to be disappear. So the opacity, it will be none, or you can just put a 0. Also style the class name here, animate blink. And we can do it right over here under this keyframes inside the layers utilities. We can put the dot animate blink. Let's give it the style of animation blink. We want the 3.8 second. That makes it better. And the animation will be step and we want it to be infinite also. Let's see our website, and here we go. This is the animation that we want. The last thing here left here, which is the text to be like showing letter by letter until the end. Let's move on to our loading screen animation component here, and let's make this animation actually happens. So in order that to happen, we are gonna use some useEffect and useState. The first thing, let's define our useState hook. Let's give it a state name here, or a variable name of text, and the setter function or the updater function to be set text. And here let's call our useState hook, that it will be imported automatically from the React. If it's not, please do it manually. And our initial value here will be empty string. So our text by default, it is empty. This state, it will keep tracking of our text, the length of the text that it's currently is being displayed in our screen here. Next thing, we are going also to keep track of the full text. Our full text here, we want to define inside a string with a variable named, for example, full text. So this full text that we are going to display, you can choose whatever you would like a text here that it will be displayed in your welcoming screen loading, and it will be also the end state, which is the text. Let's here make our string simply like glad to have you here. Next thing, let's call our useEffect hook to controlling our side effects calls. And this useEffect, it will accept two arguments here. The first one will be this callback function, and the second one will be the dependency array. We will specify it later on. Inside our useEffect here, we want to run a certain interval. This center interval, it will be the logic that we want. So we want to keep an index. First of all, let's declare a variable here called index, and this index will be like for which a letter of the word of our string here it's currently being displayed. So it will start just displaying the first letter here, in our case the G, and it will wait like a certain amount of time and display the second letter here, which is the L, and it will wait a bit and displaying the third letter here will be the A, and so on and so on, as we actually type in it by ourselves. So for that, we have to keep track of which letter we are in with this index, and we can give it like 0 index here. Then we want to create another variable here. We can name it interval, and this let's assign to our variable interval here a set interval function here. This function will accept a callback function inside it. This function here, we want to update our state, so then our text, it will not stick to this empty string, but it will hold also another letters here from our string. And to do that, we want to declare our set text here updater function, and it will accept our full text, which were in our case this glad to have you here. And we want to change the JavaScript here method, which is the substring, and it will accept two arguments, the 0 and the index as a second argument. And this substring here method, it will like cutting the part that we are in our text with the substring here. If we, for example, have the index of 4, then this full text, it will be just the glad, which is held all the 4 letters from 0 until 4. And the setter function, it will reset in our state text here to be glad. I hope you understood that. Now we can change the static text here that being displayed to our loading welcoming screen. You can specify this React.js method with this curly braces format. We can specify our text to be displayed here rather than the static text. So our text here will be dynamic and animated as well. At this point of time, we want to increase in the index here by 1, just plus here. This plus, as you know, if you understood the JavaScript syntax well, this means kind of like reassigning the index to be index plus 1. So in shorthand, we do just plus. Pretty good. And we do that because if we don't do that, we will just get stuck in the same letter, which is the first one here, the G. Okay, this one, it will just the full text here will be 0 until the index of 0, so it will also hold the G, or just the G letter here at the beginning. Then I wanted to end this interval here. We don't want it to run for the infinite way. So we want to end the interval here with the condition. So this condition here, we will check if our index greater than or equal to the full text dot length. If it is equal, we want to clear the interval here. With this function also clear interval. And we will pass inside it our interval variable here that holds our interval function. Interval. Now let's pass the length of the interval here. As a second argument of the set interval here, we'll hold the two arguments. The first one, which is the callback function, is being executed here, and we want to execute this every 100 millisecond. Our screen here, it is in every 100 millisecond, it will shows a letter, and so on and so on, until the text it will be finished here, which is in the last index here dot length. It will stop and clear in the interval, which is the whole operation here. And at the end of our use effect, we want to return a cleanup function. And this one is important because we will clean everything with this callback function in our useEffect hook here, or useEffect function. And let's pass the clear interval here, also the variable of interval. Pretty good. And that's because we wanna avoid any memory leaks that causes our component to render slowly, or that causes also the application to render slowly, and that's not good for our user experience. Save it and back to our web page. We will see here this glitchy thing. That's because we didn't have the logic fully done yet. We also we don't even have what we want to do when this is complete. When the string, or when the sentence here or string here to be finished, we need another action to do when it's completed. So let's go to our app.jsx here. And to do that, I need a way for us to display this loading screen only when it's loading. And then after it's done loading, the whole text I want to clear out. So now to do that, I will create or define another state here above on the top of our component. And that state, we can give it the name of like is loading, and the setter function will be set is loading. And let's call our useState here state, and with the initial value here of our boolean state will be false, that meaning it's not loading, and it will causes the component to not re-render. So now this state here will keep track whether or not we are still showing the loading screen in our web page in the beginning or not. Next, we are going to show the loading screen, this component, if is loading is not equal. And we wanted to do that in this conditionally and operation here. Between the curly braces here, we want it's not equal is loading. That meaning is loading here by default if it's false. And we want the string here, or we want the condition here, if it is not equal to false, that meaning it is true. Then we want the AND operator here to render our component. Let's make it inside our curly braces and save. Is loading. I misspelling that. Here we go. So this loading screen animation, now when this is done, we want to set as loading equal to true. So it won't display this anymore. So we are going to pass a callback function inside our component here, loading screen animation, component as a props here, and we can name our props like onComplete and specify a callback function inside it to update our state. Here is loading. Let's say set is loading here, and we want it to be true. Good. I thought there is also a misspelling of writing this one and this one also. Just type for them the O before the A. And let's adjust that one also, the O before the A, and pretty good. So now this updated state here, it will update our state to be true rather than false by default, and that causes this state to be like a true. That means it's not true, which is false, and the component, it will not render, because this logical AND operator, it will return only when the condition it is true, and it will open the home page directly when it is finished. Now let's move on to our loading screen here and accepting the prop here within the curly braces here on complete, and we want to actually call it whenever we want the end of our loading operation to be. So the place I want to end it is right over here, because this is where we clear the interval and we are done with the showing the text. So under this clear interval here, let's specify set timeout here, and this within it, let's specify a callback function and pass the onComplete here prop, which is our callback function. And also we do want to have a short pause and hide the loading screen. So I'm going to have like a 1 second here. It will be like 1000 milliseconds with a comma, and this one also here. The only thing left is to tell useEffect to run only on 2 situations. At the first render, when the component mounts, or every time the onComplete here function changes in any way. So as a second argument of our useEffect, let's specify comma and the dependency array here and passing the onComplete function here. Save it. Now if we see our web page over here, we should see that if I refresh the page, it will write the text once and then it will hide it. Let's refresh again. So we have here the loading bar and the text within it, and we have this beautiful typewriter animation. Everything seems to work well. Perfect. Before we start creating the next component, we want to put our loading screen animation here, GS6. Let's just drag and drop in the UI folder here as supposed to be. Move, and also is imported here from the UI folder, loader screen animation. Good. Now let's start creating our home section, which is this home component. It will be like located in the home.jsx file here that will be in the sections folder here. So here in our home.jsx, let's run the RFC snippet to generate our home component, and simply here let's back to our JSX and call our component to be rendered on the screen through this parent component application. Just here call the home with the self closing tag, and it's imported from our sections home file. Let's back to our home here and let's change this div to be like a section. And I meant to put here the returning of our home component to be section. That's because we want to specify an ID attribute to it, this one, and it will hold the hash home. So that allows us, when we navigate in our navbar, for example, for the home, he will direct us to the home section. So here, let's give it also some styling with this class name attribute also. And this styling will be like with the min of high screen, and to be displayed flex for the small size screens, and the flex column to be displayed vertically on the mobile size screens. And let's give it a justify center, and we want the items also to be center. And on the large screen sizes, which is in the desktop sizes, we want the flex to be row reverse, and the gap of 9. And also on the large screens, we want the gap here to be 15. Good. So this section, it will hold two main divs, which is, it will be the child items for this section container tag. And the first one, let's declare our div here with this styling that will hold in the image to be center. And we want the z index here to be 10, and the padding on the right and the left side to be 4. So this div will hold our image tag here, and let's specify the source of our path of the image. And so on my image here, I put it in the assets here that holds all of our images that we needed in this project. And I will put it also in the description of this tutorial, so you can find that out there. And also, this is the profile image. You can put yours, or you can put whatever profile image that you would like. And this one will be the resume that we can download it when we create in the button that will be responsible for downloading the resume. Let's go to the top here and importing our image. We can name it, for example, profile image, and we want to import it from this following path, which is /assets/ and give it the same name as the image here. And it will be like profile image.png. And down here, let's accept our profile image with this source as a prop here. Instead of the double quotes here, we want to specify our image between the curly braces here. And for the alt here, we can make it like our profile image. Let's give it some class name here that holds the styles of the width. So our image here, it will be with the width of 200 pixel, and we want to give it also like a border of 0, and we want the margin on the top to be 20, and the border also we want it to be rounded full, and the shadow large. The shadow color here to be gray, 500 divided by 70. And on the large screen sizes, we want the margin to be 0, and also on the large screen sizes, which is the desktop size, to be max with 250 pixel. And we want to also specify our image here to be like with the object cover and object button. And also we want our image here, when we like hover over it, to have some like translate Y with 1, for example, and the transition for all. Let's see in our web page here, and now when we hover over it, it's like moving up a little bit smoothly. So this div here is like the child tag of this section, and let's make it like a sibling div here also that will hold our infos like a name and some introduction about us. So let's give this container div text to be center and the font to be mono, and let's give it also the z index of 10 and the padding on the left and right side to be 4. So inside our div here, it will be hold the header here. For example, you can put your name. In my case, let's write my name here. I'm Ishaq Zain Labidin, and let's have some styles for the name here with this class name. So we want our name here to be a bit bigger for the sizing, like a 4XL here, and for the medium size, which is not on the mobile size screen but in the tablet and above, like the tablet and the screen sizes, the large screen sizes, the text we want it to be growing a bit with this 5XL. And for the large screens like a desktop and above, that we want the text also to be growing also with the 6XL. And also for the large screens, we want the max of the width to be like 500 pixel, and we want the font to be semi-bold. Margin button here to be 6, and padding for the left and right side 1. So let's give it some color for this for our name here. Background gradient to right. So the color of the gradient will start from the left to the right. So on the left color, we want like this kind of cool green color. We can specify it with this Tailwind styling from teal 400. Color will be in the middle will be via blue 500, and ending with the indigo color of 600. Background to be clipped for the text, so it will show, and the text here to be transparent, so it will show the background behind the text only. And we want also a class name of leading right. Good. Let's see our text. Pretty good. That looks better. And when we resize it, it will resize the text also. That's what we are looking for. Back to our VS Code, and under this H1, we want some like an introduction. So allow the recruiters to know you better. You can put whatever introduction that is suitable for you. But in my case, let's make this letter introduction like I'm a front-end developer who loves creating interactive, scalable web applications. Dot, and my purpose is to build solutions that offers dynamic UI, high performance, and delightful UX. Dot, we finished our introduction. Good. Let's style our paragraph here. Introduction. It will have the text of gray here. Let's make it 300, and we want the text size to be kind of big, which is large, and we want some margin on the button of 8. Max width here to be large, and the margin on the left and right side to be auto. Let's change the margin here. See it again, and here we go. That looks cool, right? Let's back to our VS Code here, and below this paragraph, we want to specify another item, which is here. This div will hold 2 buttons. We are going to specify it like an anchor tags. So this div will hold the styling of flex, justify, center, and items center. And we want space between the buttons here to be like space on the X to be 4. Good. So inside it here, let's specify our first button, and we do declare it here as a anchor tag. And when we click on this anchor tag, we want to go to our contact section that we didn't create it yet, but we will do it later on. And this anchor tag will hold the text of contact me. So when the creator click on it, it will lead them to your contact section that they can send you a message from there to your email. Let's have some styling for this anchor, and simply give it like a background here, gradient to right. We want it to display as a flex row, so they will display next to each other. And the color of these buttons here, we want it like from this beautiful color till 500 and go into indigo of 600. We want the padding here to be 3 on the top and the bottom, and the padding also of the right hand side will be like 6. The border here to be rounded. When we hover over these buttons, we want some like transition. We can make this minus for the Y to be 1. And when we hover over it also, we want some like kind of shadow, and shadow of the color will be 0, 0, 15 pixel, and the color of RGBA will hold also the color of 59, kind of blue, and 130. The third one will be 246, and the opacity will be 0.4. Let's have a copy from this anchor tag and paste it down. So it will hold the second button here, which is our anchor tag, will hold the text of resume. And let's put it also inside like a paragraph here tag. And we want beside this resume like an amazing download icon, so we can find it in the React icon search here, this amazing icon, import and paste it on the top of our home component. Good. Let's use this download as an icon, and we can put it inside like a span, so we can style it separately. It will be positioned side by side with this resume. So let's call out this component, this download, with the self-closing tag, and pretty good. You can get rid of this prettier weird stuff here, and from here also, and see our web page to look to our buttons here, and here we go. Amazing. But it's kind of like not smoothly translate. Let's see what's going on. And we want like do another styling, will be like font here of medium, and the transition property, and also the relative, the overflow here to be hidden. Save it, see again, and you can immediately notice the difference. This one is a bit smoother, so let's make the same style to the resume also. Good. Copy the latest styling and put it here. Good. So here in this resume button icon here, we want also to have like an attribute of download. So then we can download our CV from it. And this href here, we want to specify our resume here, and we can get our resume here from the assets folder here that holds our resume.pdf. Let's just import it from here. Resume from dot assets resume pdf. Let's see our page here, and this allows us to download whenever we click on this resume button. It will download our resume here. Good. This is a fake resume, but you can put yours also. Now let's give some styles to this span icon, class name, and let's give it like a height of 5 and margin to the left to be 3 and a bigger text a bit, text color to be white. See it again? Beautiful. Now it looks better. Let's resize to see it on the tablet screen and the smaller screens like the mobile screen also. Finishing our home section here, which is the animation waves here. The code of our animation waves here, I will put it on the readme file on the GitHub and also the description of this tutorial. So don't worry, just copy and paste it because it's in the SVG version tags here, and we don't waste any time to like creating like weird numbers and weird sizes. Pretty good. So what you're gonna do now, I want you to just go to this UI folder, and in this UI folder, let's create like a separate component here called like animation waves .gsx, and inside here just copy and paste the code I'm going to give you in the readme file on the GitHub of this project, and copy from there and paste it here. Pretty good. And what you're gonna do now, let's call our animation waves below the home section, which is the home component in the app.gsx here. Let's call our animation waves with a self-closing tag and save. Pretty good. Now we are kind of done with the home section, and let's move on and build in the next component. Our next component, what we're gonna to build, which is the about component. And this about component, we will build it in our about file here that located in the sections folder. And here before generating our component, let's close up these files. And here we go. Just running the RFC here. In this about page, the main focus of this page is to show information about your education, a little bit about your skills, and some work experience, and many more if you would like. So I'm going to start here by, instead of this div here, we want to replace it with the section ID attribute with the hash about that allows us later on to navigate through our navbar here to the about section directly. Let's style in a bit here our section, and we can give it immediately here the min height to be screen, and we want the font to be mono, and let's display it as a flex, and we want the items here to be center, justify center, and we want the padding on the top and the bottom to be 20. Good. So this our section here, it will like return or it will contain first div here. It will also hold our about page here title, and let's put it here in our h2 tag and simply says about me. Let's get rid of this prettier word stuff and immediately start styling our div here. And we can give it like a max because it's like our container here div for our title, and later on we will add a small a brief or a small introduction about ourselves. So the max here will be on the width of 3 pixel, and we want like a margin on the left and right to be auto, and the padding also for the X to be 4. Good. Let's style in our title here, and Let's give it also a max here to be with 3 pixel. And let's also make the size of the title here to be a bit bigger. That will be shows as a title. And let's make also the font semi-bold. Margin on the bottom, we want some like 12 here. And we want also like a background here to be a gradient, like starting the colors from the left to the right. Teal color here of 500 and going to indigo color here of 600. And also let's have like a background clip text, the text here to be transparent, so our text color will not be like white or something, but it will be the color that we specified on the background through these properties. Good. And we want also our text to be on the center of our page. Save it and get rid of this prettier weird things. And let's also call our component about here in the app main component here, so we can see it, or it will be rendered in our UI. And here we go, it's imported automatically. So let's see our page, and here we go. Our title here is like looks beautiful. Under this h2 tag, we want to add another div, and this div will hold like a paragraph inside this paragraph tag about ourselves. So let's make our paragraph here. You can make your own, but in my case, I will go ahead with this small introduction. Says passionate developer with expertise in building scalable web applications and creating innovative solutions. And that's it. Now let's style in our div that holds the paragraph first of all, and let's give it a padding here of 8. Oops, let's make it inside the class name. So the padding here, we want it like some 8 here, and we want like some margin on the bottom. Let's add here to be 6, and we want like a border here to be XL rounded, so to our borders will be a radius a bit in the corners, and we want like a border here color to be white divided by 10, and border size to be 2. And we want also this box that holds our paragraph, when we hover over it, it will like animate it a bit to the top. So let's add here the translate for the Y to be 1. And we want also a transition all. Good. Let's style in our paragraph here itself with like just a text color here to be gray 300, and we want some margin on the bottom that will separate our border from the text, and the text size to be XL. Save it, see our page, and beautiful. With this little amazing animation, when we hover over it, it will move up a bit. Good. Next thing, let's specify a div here, and this div will be the container of our like 2 sections, which is the skills and the education, and also later on the work experience section. So this div will be displayed as a grid, and we want here grid column here to be 1 for the small sizes. So each section, it will be appear alone for the width, and we want also for the MD size here, which is the medium size. For the tablets and desktop screens, we want the grid here to be like call to, which is will display in 2 sections beside together, and we want some gap between them of 6. Good. And inside it, let's also add another div. And this div will hold like our text or our title for the section. In our case here, let's specify it with the h3 tag. Says, for example, skills. And in this case, let's add an emoji here. Says with this small like bug and some space around it. And you can also benefit from this VS Code emojis through just clicking on the control command and the tab. And if or you can choose another way, just tapping on the menu and edit. So edit here and going down to the emoji and symbols. It will show you here, and you can choose whatever emoji that you would like. Now let's style in our div here, and let's give it a class name here of like a rounded to not be sharp on the corners, rounded of XL here. And let's give it also some padding 6. And with the hover here, when we hover over this section, the whole section, which is the skills or our education later on, we want like some translate here for the Y to be 1 and the transition to be all. Here we go. Next, let's style in our title here, skills, and simply we can give it like a size here for its text to be 2XL, and we want like text to be centered, the section, and the font to be bold, and also some margin on the bottom to be 8. Save it. Here we go. It looks better with this small animation when we hover over this box. Under our header here, skills, let's define the div that will hold our skills. And at this point, like I don't wanna manually write each specific skill here, so easily we can manipulate these skills and add more if we would like to later. So to make it easier, instead, what you're gonna do, I wanna create like a list which it will contain all the skills. This list will be represented as an items in an array. So here let's specify an array on the top of our component, and let's name here the array, for example, to be skills, and let's give it all the skills as an items here. It's like some general skills here, starting for like the HTML, and the second item will be CSS, and the third item will be like JavaScript, and the next one will be TypeScript, and we want also another skill like React. And you can also choose whatever skill that you are familiar with. Tailwind, CSS, and let's add another one also, for example, like Node.js, that for the backend, and another one AWS, like a clouding service or hosting service. And we want like some a database technology here to manage MongoDB, that's popular in the JavaScript community, and we want some like API generator also here with the GraphQL. Now it's time to render this array of skills. Each skill which will be like styled and displayed in our page, and we can do that with this amazing JavaScript method, which is the map. And here inside the JSX curly braces here syntax, we are going to call in our skills array, and we wanted to loop or mapping over these skills. So this map method, it will take like a callback function, And this callback function here, we want to add like as an argument here the skill, and we want also an index, and it will return for each skill here in the skills array. We want to return a span tag here, and inside this span tag we want to specify our skill. Good. And also, without forgetting to add to this item that it's been returned for our skills here, to have like a key of index, and that will help React.js to recognize each item in our array here and display it well. Save, and here we go. So at this point of time, let's style in our div here that will contain our styles, and simply we can give it here like a flex for our items, for our skills, and justify center. And we want also our skills to like has a position next to each other, flex wrap, and the gap between them will be 2. Pretty good. Now our span here needs some styling also. It looks like a bit ugly, but let's style our each skill here, which is in our span here, to be having like a background of blue. 500 divided by 10, and we want the text of our skill here to be like a blue 400. We want some padding on the top and the bottom to be 1, and the padding on the left and right to be 3. We want to be also a rounded fall here for the box or the border, and the text to be balanced. And some also effect when we hover over these skills. We want just to change in the background here to be blue. 500 divided by 20, and also some shadow. So this shadow will be specified like that. 9 2 pixel, 8 pixel, and the color will be RGBA. This RGBA will hold our the first value will be 59, the second one will be 130, the third one will be 22.46, and the transparency to be like 0.2. Let's add another one here, styling, which is the transition. Save, and here we go. That looks better, right? Under our div here that holds all of our skills, we want to specify another div here. This div here will be another section for our education information. So here, let's give it a class name of a padding of 6, and we want some hover also to be minus translate, for the Y to be 1, and some transition all. Within our div here, let's add a title for our section here with the h3 tag here says education. So this one, it will hold all of your education background here. Let's give it some emoji here also, like this books, that it's representative. And let's style in our title here a bit, give it like the same as this one. Let's just copy it from here so we will not waste a lot of time, and save. Here we go. It looks like similar. This educational information, that it will be like you can put whatever that you want, but in our case, let's specify it in like an order list here. So this unordered list will be like styled, with the padding for the left to be 5, and list this here to be, and we want the list also to be inside. Text to be large, and text color to be gray. 300. Good. And inside our unordered list, let's specify the list items here. And each list item here, it will hold some like education information. And the first one, it will be like your degree, which is like master, the PhD, or just like bachelor's degree, or even like a high school. In our case, let's put it like as a market here with this tag strong here, that makes it looks like a better, and inside it with this em tag that will lay it down a bit so it will look different from the other information. And here let's specify with BS computer science. Actually, I didn't graduate as a computer science, but I will put just like this dummy infos here. The next thing you have to put under this strong here tag, which is still, we are still in our list here, like for example, which university you studied in it, and the year that you have graduated. In our case, let's name this X, and add in the university 2017 until 2022. Good. Our next list here, it will hold like some certification. Just copy the first list and paste it down. Get rid of this strong text here, and you can put here whatever like degrees or certification that you have outside the official education background. In our case, let's here add the CS50. You can put whatever that you want. This is like just a dummy text. Data structure, and some like a web development, and like this cloud computing. And you can add as many as you want. Good. Let's see it. And here we go. That looks better. And the third section, and we're gonna to specify under this container that holds our education. So we can put it here. And this one also, it will hold like a title. Let's just copy the first here and paste it down and change the dummy text. Okay, so here it will be like work experience. And let's change also the emoji here to be like this computer. And also, instead of this styling of our UI here, let's just get rid of style and add our own styles here. And for the first one, it will be like almost the same for our H3 here, Tyler, and the div that holds our sections. And we want it actually outside the div that holds the first and the second one. So to be like as a third here. So it will take all the width. And here we go. Now let's change in our style here in the UL, in the unordered list here to be for the padding here on the left to be 5, and the list to be decent. We want also list inside, and text to be large. Text large, and we want also some text color to be gray, 300. And in our list here, I will put like this just dummy infos here, so you can just put your own. I'm gonna copy all of these items and instead of this repeated one, let's add our own. Oops, just here I want, and paste. Pretty good. You can just stop the video and write it here, and back to our tutorial. Let's see our page. Beautiful. Now we are like kind of done with this about section or about page, and in the mobile screen size also it looks better. Here we go, it will be centered, and on the desktop or the medium size and above, it will be this section and education side by side. Pretty good. Now let's move on and build in our next component, which is the project section here. Before I start implementing our project page here or project section, let's back to our VS Code, and we did something around here. We specified this ID with this hash. Let's get rid of this hash and let just the about. That allows us to navigate in our website through this anchor tags here in the menu. And we can do that just pressing on the about, and it will lead us to the specific section here about, which is located in our about component. Good, but I hope you notice something here is a bit weird, which is it's like not smoothly. How we gonna do that to moving down slowly and with a smooth way? And we can do that just going to our index.css, and in our HTML and body tag here, let's specify another property here, CSS, called like scroll here behavior to be smooth. Just like that. Back and see again. Beautiful. That's amazing. Let's see it also on the mobile size screen. And let's try to navigate to our about here section. Good. Now let's start implementing our project section. And to do that, let's just close in our about here file. Our project here component, we are going to build it in this projects.gss file. And simply this project here will return a card for each project that you wanted to represent in your portfolio, and add in the functionality like anyone visiting this project can check the source code, and in this case you can make it like a custom URL that will go to your GitHub account and with the specific project URL. So let's start first of all here with generating our component, and instead of this div, let's change it to be like section with the ID of projects, and let's give it a style here with this class name attribute, and the style here simply will be like almost the same with the other sections. Min high to be screen, and we want display to be flex, and items here to be center, and the font to be mono. Specify the justify here to be center, and some padding on the top and the bottom to be 20. Good. Within our section here, let's make in like a div here that will be playing the role of the container of our tirer and also of our projects that we are going to build in a minute now. So this div will hold an h2. This h2 will be representing the text says features projects, and let's style our div here class name, give it the max width here to be 3 XL, and the margin for the X here to be auto, and the padding here for the X to be 4. Let's get rid of this annoying things here, and styling our text here to be width here to be 3 XL. We want the text size to be 4 XL, and the font to be a little bit bold. We want some margin on the bottom to be 8, And let's specify here also a background for our title. Actually, we did like the same thing for our about here. Let's just copy the whole style from our about here title and paste it for our features project also. Paste, pretty good. So save, and let's call our component here, which is it's like a child component in the parent component app, so we can see it in the UI. Just call the component here project with the self-closing tag, and it's been imported also. And if we go to our web page now, we will see our beautiful title here. It's like similar with the about me here. The next thing, under this h2 here, let's specify another div, and this div will be the container of our project cards. Let's just give it the class name here of grid to be displayed, and we want to be grid also on the small size. Grid here called 1, and for the medium size we want the grid here to be called 2, and some gap between the project cards here of 6. And in order to creating like a project here, you know, we did some captures from it for each project. We put it in our assets folder here, and then we want to import it all of them here, so then we can use the images here as like capture for our projects. And in order to do that, we don't want to like manually, for example, creating 4 cards here and repeating ourselves. That will lead us to filling in the like a concept called the try, which is like don't try yourself. And now to do that, we can do it in many ways. In our case, for example, in the about section, we did like creating like an array here and render it as a list here with this beautiful dot map here JavaScript method. So we will do the same but in different way, and we can do it also not just specifying an array here, but we will specify like kind of a state here, and this state simply it will hold only the state variable project, and we don't need the set project here updater function because we are not changing anything. And here let's call our state. This is a different way of using a state, and the default value of our project state here will be an array of objects. And here we will specify for each project we are going to have an object of the properties for the image that we are going to display as a capture for our project, and we want the project name, and we want also some brief about the project. So to do that, first of all, let's import here all of our images. Just import them one by one. You can give it the name of whatever that you want. In our case, let's start with the dashboard here. From /assets/ the name of our image here, it is like dashboard/app.webp. Good. Copy and paste it 4 times here, and for each one here, let's change the name. Just press the Ctrl+D, that will specify the same image path here and with the name, and change it together. In our case here, let's also import the next capture image, which is the e-commerce -app. Let's get rid of this app here, and here let's just make it like an e-commerce directly without the app here. The next one, we want to change this path and give it the name of like this food app. And the third one, we want it to be like for our travel app. So the next thing, let's specify here an object of this arrays that will be each object representing like the infos about a project. Good. So here we want a property of image, and let's give it the value of our first object here for the dashboard, and with the comma. The second property here, let's give it a name. Name here will be like, for example, a dashboard app here. The third property here, we want a brief. Let's just call it a brief here. Oops, brief, like here abbreviation about the project itself. In our case, I will copy like some dummy text for the dashboard. Okay, and later on you can change it for each project that you want. In my case, I will do the same with this string here. Copy, and inside our string, let's paste it there. Beautiful. That's our first object. Next, just copy this object and paste it like three times here. So the image here to be e-commerce as the name we specified for our image path here, or image source, and the name to be e-commerce application, and the text here to be different, but in my case I will leave this one. It's like a dummy text. You can change it whatever that you would like. The third one here, we want the image to be for our food, and the text will be food application, and leave the text also, or the abbreviation also same. And here we want the last one to be about like our travel application, and here let's specify it as a travel application as a name for this project. Pretty good. Next step, let's use in our projects here state or array of objects, and between this div here we want to add our projects. Oops, and we can just make it like a plural here, like a projects, so that it makes sense. And here I want projects. Good. And let's chain in this map method. So we will mapping through each project or each object in the array here, and grabbing all the infos here for each project that we are going to display in our UI. So for each project here, we want to specify here a project and some index. For each project, we will return like kind of div here, or we can just put it in this way, div here, and this div will have the following styling. First of all, let's specify the key index, and let's give it a class name here of like a padding 6 for each project card here to be the padding 6, and we wanted our card here to be rounded, XL, display as a flex column, and the items here to be center, and text to be center. And let's give it also a border of 2, and border color to be white, divided by 10. So we want some like animation when we hover over these cards for each project. Let's specify here hover, and we want the border. First of all, the border here to be blue, so we'll change its color to be blue, 500 divided by 30. And we want some shadow also when we hover over this project card, shadow. So the shadow here will have the same what we just did before for our in our above component, and this shadow will have the value of 9 2 pixel and 15 or 8 pixel, and the last one will be the color RGBA. The first value will be 59, the third one 130, the fourth one will be to 46, and we want the opacity to be 0.2. Next, we want also, when we hover, we want some translate for the Y to be 1, and the transition will be all for all the color and the size. Let's also have like a background. When we hover over it, it changes its background to be background cyan here, 9 to be a bit darker. And inside our div here, let's make for each project like a title, and we can specify it inside this h3. Give it a style of font semi-bold. We want the text size to be XL, and the margin for the bottom also some like 4. And between the curly braces here inside our title, let's call for each object or each project we want the name, and we can access the project name here through this option. Just put in here project dot name. Save. Let's see our page. Oops, something is wrong here. Oh yes, we imported the wrong thing here for the e-commerce site. The name of our file here, it's png, and we did something wrong here. We make it webp here. Just paste it. Here we go, png, and the following also png, and also png. Good. Save, and let's refresh our page here. It's something wrong for our food, it's gpg, and for the travel also gpg, not pdf, not png, gpg. Good. Save, and here we go. Let's see our feature projects here, and beautiful. For each project, title here inside this beautiful animated card here or box. Now we want to add some like abbreviation about the project, and under it we have some like capture inside like an anchor tag, and that allows users, when he click on the card, it will direct him exactly to the source code of the project. Beautiful. Let's back here and implement that right over here. So under this title, let's specify a paragraph here, and this paragraph will be styled as the following: text gray 300, and we want some margin on the bottom to be 4. Between the curly braces here, we want the project dot brief. Beautiful. So this allows us to access for each object or each project the brief here, and he will give us the text for each project. Save, and here we go. That makes it wonderful. And the next thing, let's add a div here that will contain our image. Let's style it with the flex to be wrap. And for the small size here, we want the items to be center, and let's make a gap between them to be 2, and margin of 4. Between curly braces inside this div, let's specify here some dummy technologies here we build each project with. And in our case, we will do this static dummy array here with, for example, it's been built with this technology. First item in our array, React. Second one, for the backend, the Supabase, and we deploy it, for example, through this amazing Vercel technology. In your project, in the portfolio, you can put the technologies you have built with the project. And let's chain this array here for each project with this map method, so we can access each item in this array. and we want here like a tick, for example, representing the technology here, and with the index, and simply it will return span tag here will be having the key prop here to be index, and some styling for the background to be blue for each technology inside the project, blue of 500 divided by 10. I thought this one we did it also in the about section for the skills. Let's check that out. Where is the skills? And here we go. For each skill we specify the same stylus. Let's just copy from here all of the stylus and back to our project and paste it down. Instead of this background, let's paste down. I thought there is something here wrong. Yes, we forget the double quote here. Beautiful. And here we go. Let's specify inside this span the technology is here, and simply we can call our tick. For each project it will be representing here the tick. Beautiful. Under this span here we want another div, and that div will hold the captured image. Let's give it some styling here of flex call, and we want the text here to be center, margin on the top and the bottom be 5, and we want some padding also for the Y to be 3, justify center, gap here to be 3 also, and border of 2. Border color white divided by 10. When we hover over this border, we want the border color to be changes. Border blue 500 and divided by 30. Hover the shadow here to be like almost similar to this one. Just copy it from here, add the dash, and paste our shadow. We want the cursor here to be pointer and a rounded XL. Inside our div here, let's add a paragraph here tag that will hold our like a title or a text. Says, for example, view project, and let's style this one also. Give it like a color text here to be gray of 200, and we want under this paragraph an anchor tag that it will hold our image, and it will be also a clickable. So anchor tag here, when we click on it, it will direct us to my personal GitHub here, and you can put whatever that you want. Just for the testing, I will put here the URL of my GitHub here account, and instead of this URL you have to put your repository path, which is the source code of the project itself for each project card here. Okay, and let's give the anchor here tag some styles to be flex and justify between. We want the items here to be center, font to be bold, and the text blue 400. Some transition for the color here. When we hover over this card, we want the text color to be changed to be white. So text here white. Nice. Save, and inside our anchor tag here, let's specify our image tag. And instead of this double quote for the source, we will do something like smarter, and here we have to call our project dot image, and this one it will representing for each project or each object here the path of the image. image here, and the value of its captured picture we have just imported on the top here as a source. And we want the alt here project, or let's make it also with this double quote here. We want the backticks, and with $sign and another one, we want also the project dot name, and with this string says image. Save, and here we go. Wonderful. Our featured here page, or our featured section, project section here, it's been displayed so well. Here we go with this letter hover over each one, and also like a responsive. So here we display two projects side by side for the large screens, and for the small size it will just display one project each row. Nice. Let's see also the functionality. When we hover over this one, we want to click here to see our project, and this one, it will direct us immediately to the URL that we have just specified, which is in my case here my personal here GitHub account. So let's back again. Now we are kind of done with our three sections here, which is the home section and the about section, and also the featured project section. We can just try also navigate to our project here from the navbar. Here we go. It will be going down slowly, and let's try it also on the mobile screen size. Here we go. Immediately it will navigate to the specific section, which is projects. Good. Now let's start building our contact form. Our next component which we are gonna build, it will be located in our contact.gss file here, that located also in the sections directory. So here, instead of doing as the previous sections, just running the snippet rfc to generating our component with this declaration functional component, I will do something here like similar but in different way. We will not exporting it as a default here, and we can do the named export through this just export, and we have to specify here like a function here, if its name will be the contact equal, and here the argument of our component, and simply this function is an arrow function, and this function, it will return our section here will have the ID of contact, and also we are gonna add the class name here for our min high to be screen. We want the font of our contact here to be mono, and display as a flex, items here to be center, and justify to be center. And we want also some padding on the top and the bottom of 20. Good. Inside our section here, let's create a div here that will be playing as a container. We are gonna add the class here of padding on the left and the right side of 4, and we want it with the width to our form here to be 150, and you can here do whatever width that you would like. So this div will hold our title. In our case here, let's put it in the h2 here, and simply it will says get in touch. So let's add some styles here. Class name. This section title, it's look like the similar of the project and the app. So let's just get the project title here and paste it in our contact. Copy all the styles back to our contact here, close the project, and let's paste it down here. Good. Save. Now it's time to render in this file or this contact component in the UI. through just calling it here in the app.jsx file, which is the main component or the parent component of our React application. And here should be imported on the top. And here we go. And this is the difference between the named exporting and the default exporting. The default exporting, when you import it in another file, so the name of the file here or the name of the component, it will not surrounded by these curly braces. But in case our component is like with named export, then it will be put it between these curly braces and from the same directory. Good. This is actually the difference between the functional declaration and the arrow function components. Good. Let's see our title here. Nice. So back to our VS Code and building our form here. And this form, it will allows any user to this portfolio to like email you or doing something like that. Simply here, we are gonna add the form tag here, and this form tag styled with this simple space on the between the field of our form here for the Y, which is on the top and the bottom to be 6. And inside our form here, we are gonna to add like a div for each field in our form, and we are gonna have like 3 fields, one for the email and one for the name and one also for the text area where the user is emailing you with every message that we are gonna type. And lastly, the last field will be the submission button. So let's give this class of this div to be relative, and inside our div here, let's implement in our input with the self-closing tag. So the type here to be text, because this input specified for the name of the user, and we want some ID here to be name, and also the name here to be name, and lastly the placeholder here to be says, for example, name ... And also we want to be required to submit this form. That means you cannot send or submit the form without filling this field. Pretty good. Now let's add in some styles here to our field, and that's gonna be like almost the same field with the same width here, width to be full, and we want some background to be here white divided by 10, like almost gray, and we want a border, and border here to be white divided by 10, also divided by 10. Border here, let's making it like rounded, and we want the padding for the X to be 4, and the padding for the Y to be 3. Let's add the color of our text here to be white, and the transition also, and let's add like a focus here, outline none. And we want also a focus here of this field. We want the border, when we focus on this field, we want the border to be also blue of 500. We want also the focus of the background to change and became with the like a blue color here of 500 divided by 5. Good. Let's see our input, and here we go. It looks a bit ugly, but let's style in it furthermore. And we want the width here to be like 150. So let's back. Oops, it's my bad here. Instead of the W here, we did this bracket. Save and see our width of our field here. It's almost 150. Let's see also our field in the small sizes. Pretty good with some padding on the sides. Focus on it, it will change. Nice. Now the other field, they will look similar. So just let's copy our div here that holds the input, and you can just copy it from like Command C or Control C on the Windows, and just Command V or Control V, and we are gonna to paste it here 3 times. Let's change the second input here to be, so the type here will be email, and the ID email, and the name also email, and we want the text field here or the placeholder here to says example at gmail.com. that will explain to you what you gonna to put in this field, which is your own email, and also to be required, and the class name almost the same. Nice. The third here input will be, actually it will not be input, but it will be like a text area. So this text area here simply will have the type of message, the ID of message, and the name here of message. And also we want to add another here prop, which is the row here to be 6. So it will be like 6 lines here to type your message there, and the placeholder simply it will says type your message. Good. Finally, this form it will hold our button here. This button it will allows us to submit. Button here it will have the type of submit. It will be styled with full, so it will take the whole width of our form. We want the background here to be gradient to right, and display as a flex, justify center, and the cursor here to be a pointer, and the colors here of our background will be like from teal 500 to indigo 600, and we want the padding for the X here to be 6, the border rounded, font to be medium, and the transition also, and we want like a relative here position, and the overflow to be hidden. Let's add some hover effect here for the transition or for the translate, for the Y to be 1, and we want also like a shadow hover effect here, and this shadow will have the following values: 0, 0, 15 pixel, and the color will be RGBA 59, 130, 246, and the opacity will be 0.4. Nice. Here we go. But we forget like adding some padding here, so let's just do that. Let's make it here at the end with the padding of the Y to be 3, and here we go. Nice. With this effect here, animation hover here for the shadow and for also the position. Now we are kind of done with this form section or form contact here. Well, not yet, because we want to add some functionality to the users to just contact you or email you directly from this portfolio, and you will receive the email in your email box. In my case here, we will receive it here. So we can do that through this just like third-party library here called form submit. I want you here to come and following these simple steps that allow you add it to your website here with this option of like accepting 200 email per month for free. So that I thought it's been enough, and simply just following the steps for the registration the required information here. So I want you to just copy this action here and put it in your email, in your form tag, back to our VS Code. Where is our form here? So here is our form, and let's add what we just copied. And instead of this dummy URL here, I want you to add your email here. Yeah, just let the first URL here, and with this your at email, add your own email. In my case, I will add my business email, so don't email me on this email because I will gonna to delete it later on. zenlabidin98@gmail.com. So I want you to the email that will be responsible for receiving the messages that anyone can type in this place order, and when he click the submit, it will send you the message to your email. So here the email to be received from it. And the second step to implementing this functionality, we will include the name attribute in all form elements. For example, we did it actually here, the name here to be email for the second input, and the first input here, the name is name, and the third party here to be message. Nice. Finally step, congratulations, you are done for implementing the sending emails successfully. Let's refresh. We can send messages even we are on the local host, which is our website is not hosted on the internet or on the cloud. Pretty good. So here I will put some dummy infos here. Let's say user, and email here, for example, let's add dummy email here. I'm saying test 1. Submit. Go to our email, and immediately we will see here to activate the form that will be confirming that your local host server with this form submit third-party library. And when you activate the form, the second thing, when you submit, it will show the message here. Good. Let's access this URL, which is our website that allows us to send the email from it. Let's try that again. User and email, my email, and also let's say test email 2. Let's submit. Nice. I'm not a robot. The form was submitted successfully. Pretty good. Head over to your email, and here we go, new submission from this URL, which is our local host, and later on we will host it in like such a real URL. Here we go. The name here is a user email, this dummy email here, and the message that the user sent. And also he sent 2 messages with the user and the test email 2, which is the newest email. Pretty good. Let's see our website here again. Form contact here is such as a beautiful way to let the users or the recruiters to send you a message or anything in your email. Now I want to deal with something else that will level up our UI in our website here and makes it beautiful. So, which is like a letter effect. As we navigate to sections, I wanted to slowly reveal them, kind of is like feeding them. This feature called reveal on scroll. If you got confused a bit, don't worry. Once we implemented this new feature, you will understand what we just did. As I'm explaining, while I'm coding line by line this amazing feature. So let's do it right now. Back to our VS Code here, and the way that I'm gonna do it, I will create a new component inside our UI folder here, and this component, simply we can name it reveal on scroll.gsx. Nice. Let's generate our component here with this snippet rfc. Pretty good. And here I will get like the children here from our props, and because we can specify which part of the website we want to reveal as we are scrolling by. So inside over here we are returning the div, and simply this div just gonna show below the children component that it's going to be wrapped by the reveal on scroll component later on our other components. This component simply it's gonna be like a wrapper component, and the div that we display over here, or the section we are going to display over here, it's like purely for us to determine if we want to like reveal the information or not, so that we can make the animation on scrolling down. So to do that, we are going to use something called useRef, and this useRef is like a React feature or a function. It allows us to precise values between renders, meaning like it can be used to store a mutable value that does not cause a re-render when updated. Unlike the useState, if the state changes, then it will trigger the component to re-render. And also this useRef, it can be used to access a DOM element directly. So let's see that with a real case example in our project, so you can comprehend how does this hook works and why we need it in the first place. So next step, let's pass in our div here a prop called ref, and this ref, like, it will keep tracking our div so we can detect if we are scrolling throughout this specific div. In order to do that, I'm going to create here a const variable here called, let's name it ref, and simply assign it with this amazing useRef hook. And this useRef hook, simply it will have by default the initial value of our ref here will be null. Next thing, I'm going to pass the ref over here inside our prop ref here, and I'm going also to add a class name to our div here. This class name won't be a tailwindCSS related, but instead it will be an actual vanilla CSS, because I'm going to style in it this class name in the index.css later on. And you can name it whatever that you want. In my case, let's name it reveal. That's because like makes sense to our styling. Now inside our component here, which is under this useRef hook, let's run a useEffect. And this useEffect, simply it will help us to intersect, like observe to see if the current ref is currently intersecting the specific section that we are scrolling through. So the way we are gonna do this, we will use something called inside our callback here, something called intersection observer, and simply let's assign this new API feature in our observer here variable observer. Let's add new here and enter section observer. It's publicly available already for us. It's an API that will help us to deal with this situation. Nice. Inside our intersection observer here, we will pass a callback function. This callback function it will have the argument of the entry, and this entry simply it will give us a list, or this function simply it will give us a list, which is the first element will be an entry, and we can put the entry here inside an array here. And I can use the entry to check inside our callback here if the entry here is intersection. If it is, then we can reveal whatever inside this component. Reveal on scroll here that we are going to specify later on as a wrapper component. So if it is, which is our condition true here is intersection, then we are going to add a class name to this specific item. We can do that simply with this amazing ref dot current, so he will access the value of this div here element. So is keep tracking that by this prop, you remember it, and simply he will store it in this ref dot current. Let's add the class list here and add also. So it will add a class name on another class name to our div here, and you can name it whatever you want. In my case, I will make it visible here, so that will make sense to our styles also. And below that, we wanted to specify the threshold, and like a kind of what we are checking for the threshold of intersection. And simply here, we're going to do comma. Below it, let's add the curly braces here, which is an object, and give it the property of threshold. It will have the value of 0.2. Oops, here like a colon, not semicolon. And the second value will have the root margin. This root margin simply will have the string value here of 0 pixel, and minus 50 pixel, and the last one will be 0 pixel. Good. Then below this object here, we are going to check if ref here dot current, which is the value of our div here, we are already tracking it, the useRef hook. We will see the observer here, which is our variable that holds the whole operation here. Then we want the observer here dot observe, and we will pass with this observe here method, we will pass the ref dot current that will allows us to observe this item we are referencing to. I don't want to have any memory leaks. We want to return at the end of our useEffect here, return a callback function. It's like a cleanup function for our useEffect, and simply this one, it will return our observer dot disconnect. Simply like that, it will stop observing for that ref. So all of this code here is gonna allow us to call to our index.css and add some styles there. And we wanted to add the styles of these two specific classes, which is the reveal and the visible. Back to our index.css, and here simply let's call our reveal, and let's give it the opacity at the beginning here of 0 once he starts revealing, and we want some transform here, translate, which is will revealing from the top of the Y. Let's give it 30 pixel. You can experiment with other values and see the effects, how it's gonna be in your website later on. In my case here, I will do also the transition here to be opacity 0.7 per second here. Animation will be the ease, and we want also the transform to be 0.7 per second is good. The second one here, we want the reveal dot visible, and after the revealing, we want the opacity to show our section. Let's give it opacity of 1 and the transform to be 0, so we will show our section. Now this is working, but wait, how does this working Well, simply we will wrapping around each component we want it to be revealed. In the first case, let's try that out with this up component, and here simply let's call our revealed on scroll, and all of this code here is gonna be like the child of our reveal on scroll here component. So just grab this one from the top to the bottom and wrap in all of these items. Save. Now should be working. Let's see our website here and let's refresh. Glad to have you here. And here we go. It's like not too much, but let me change the styling here in the index, and let's make this one, for example, 7 seconds. And you can see the effect immediately better. Let's refresh again. We have the welcoming screen here, animation, and here we go. Beautiful. It's too slow to giving our opacity here to our component, but that's beautiful. Just try here the style to be 2 seconds, and here also to be 2 seconds. And when we scroll down, it will detect that I'm now in the about me section, and slowly it will reveal it here. So let me do the same for our other components, and you can do it in other way here, like in the app.jsx for our home, for example. Let's adjust wrap our home component here with this reveal on scroll component, and let's reveal it with its waves animation. Nice. And the rest of the component, which is the projects and the contact, we can do it like we just did with the about. Just call here the reveal on scroll. Here we go. Copy from here or cut it, and down above the section tag here, just paste it. Save. I hope it gets imported. Pretty good. And let's do the same with the contact here. Under the section, let's call our component reveal on scroll. Pretty good. It's imported automatically, and wrapping all of our items here with this component. Good. Now let's see again and refresh our page. Glad to have you here. And let's reveal in our about, our projects here, and our contact form. Pretty good. Now the only thing left here to add, which is the footer. And simply here, let's go to our sections and let's add the component here. We can name it footer.jsx, and let's run the RFC here to generate our component. And this footer component, it's like a representative component, which is it's stateless. It just displaying an infos to our UI, and it doesn't need like a dynamic data to be updated or something like that. So simply it will have the static code. So this footer, instead of this div, which is the container here, return, we will have a footer tag here, and that will be better for SEO here, which is search engine optimization for our website. We call it the semantic HTML. So inside our footer here, simply we can return a div. This div will have the following class name, will be the main here of the high 100 pixel on the high, and we want to display as a flex call here for its items inside, and we want justify here to be center, the gap to be 6, and we want to center our text inside in the middle. Let's give the text size of XL, or let's make it just large. and text color to be gray 300, font to be mono, and margin a little bit on in the bottom to be 10. Inside our div here, we will hold like two items. The first one will be the icons of our social media accounts. Let's give it a div here with these simple classes, display as a flex, gap between the icons to be like a 10, and we want some padding of 4. Justify to be center, and the color of our icons here, by default, let's have them as a white. Good. And here simply our icons, let's specify them in an anchor tag. For each icon, we have the anchor tag here, and simply inside this href, we will put our account URL. For example, you can put the HTTP here for your Twitter, for example, and followed by your X or your Twitter account name. Okay, and this anchor tag, let's give it some styles. Class name, we want to have a border padding of 2. Text to be a bit larger, or the large of our icons to be a bit larger. We want also like a border around it, and some hover effect here. When we hover over these icons of our accounts, social media accounts, we want some transition to the top, which is Y1, or let's make it 2, and we want some transition for all, and they have background for the first one here to be black. The color of our icons by default will have the white color. Good. And we want it also to open in a new tab, so let's add another attribute called the target that allows us to, when you click on the icon, it will open in the new window in the browser, not in the same window. And here to be underscore blank here. Good. Now it's time to looking for our social media icons, and simply we can use the amazing React icons. React icons, and search for whatever accounts you wanted to add in your footer here. In our case, let's just check first of all for the Twitter. The Twitter here will have the icon of X. Here we go. This is beautiful. Copy the import here and paste it above our component on the top, and simply use the component like here inside our anchor with a self-closing tag. Save, and let's call our footer in the parent component here, simply with this footer component. Let's import it also. Here we go. Save, and let's see our website. It will refresh it, our page, and here we go, our icon here. Beautiful. Let's implement the other icons in our folder here, and simply because they will look similar, just copy and paste it here, as many as icons or accounts that you wanted to add. In my case, I will just let this dummy URL. In your case, just for each account, for example, the Instagram, put the Instagram link here, or for the other accounts, put their link of them here. Nice. And here, let's make another components. The second one will be the linked, sorry. The second one will be the LinkedIn social account, and it's not been imported. So let's check that out here. SL social, where is the LinkedIn? And here we go. Import it from here. Paste it down above our file here. Use the component. Save it. So the third account we are going to specify, and let's add our GitHub account. And here, instead of this Twitter, let's add another one called GitHub. Let's just grab it from here, GitHub. And you can choose whatever that you would like. In our case, let's grab this amazing icon from here and paste it above. Grab the component and paste it down. Nice. And also under this div, we'll have some dummy text here. You can put whatever that you want. In my case, I will put the at here, 2025, my name, dot all rights reserved dot, here we go. Pretty cool. Let's see the route. It fade in our sections here, and lastly we have all of our icons. It looks like the same because the background is the same, but let's change for the LinkedIn background to be blue, like 700 or something like that. And for the GitHub, we want the background to be gray of 800. Nice. Now it look a bit better, and with this amazing hover effect here. And let's check, for example, for the my X account here, and when you click, it will grab you to your specific link that you have mentioned. Now we are kind of done. Let's see also in the mobile screen size here, refresh and see our revealing on scroll animation. And here we go. Amazing for our future projects. And lastly, it will reveal in our contact form. And lastly, we have this amazing footer here. So that's it for now. Now the only thing left that we have to do is the deployment. In order to deploy this to a GitHub pages, where we are going to be using to deploy, we need to have a GitHub account. Now I want you to go to your GitHub account, and I guess you already have one. If not, simply just sign up and create one. Next, create a repository, just hitting over this icon here in your admin page, and create a new repository from here. This repository, which is gonna contain the code for this project. So I'm going to put a repository name over here, but keep in mind, whatever name you put here, it will be present in the URL of your website. So if you don't buy a domain, GitHub pages will host it with your repository name as a part of the URL. So I'm going to name it here my personal portfolio, and here you can make it private, but in my case I will let it here as a public. Let's hit the create repository. So here we have all of these commands over here that we can use to push our code that located in our local machine, which is still in our VS Code, and push it to the remote repository and be published online. If you are not familiar with these concepts, I do recommend you to check my playlist and GitHub crash course for beginners in my YouTube channel to help you grasp all what you need to get started using Git and GitHub in an efficient way. So let's back to our editor here, and I'm going to do the following. Open up your terminal, pressing on Control here and backticks, and simply here I'm going to install the GitHub pages package through just running the command npm install GitHub pages, which is GH stands for GitHub pages -- save div. When it's done, I wanted to configure some stuff here to actually make it work. So we need to go to the vite.config file here, and we need to add something else in this object. which is base of this project. Now the base will be the repo name. So in this case, I will put here base, and let's give it the value of whatever the name of our repository that we are going to have. In my case here, it's like slash my personal portfolio. Just copy it from here and go to our base. Between the double quotes here, you can paste it. Now there is another change I want you to make, and that change will be over inside our package.json. So here I want you to add under this name a home page, inside double quotes here, a home page, and this home page will be have the link to our website, which is going to be hosted. And this name simply will be https:// and followed by your GitHub username. In my case here, it is isha95.github.io/ the name of the project repo. In our case, you remember we copy it from there. It's my personal portfolio, right? So the only thing you need to change is the part username here and the project portfolio name. And this github.io, it will be staying the same, and also with the beginner part HTTPS. So in your case, just change here with whatever your GitHub account username and the project name. Now I need to add 2 more commands here to our scripts. Over here, let's just make a comma, and here let's make another script here called pre-deploy. So this pre-deploy will have also the value of npm run build. All it's gonna do is to run the build folder that we are going to push it to the GitHub and publish it later on. The next command, deploy command. So this deploy command, it will have the value of GitHub pages -d dist, which is our dist folder here. Save. Now we come over to our terminal here and publishing the local repository to the GitHub repo to be a remote repository. So first of all, let's run git init to initialize our repository. Git init, press the enter. Here we go. It's created here a .gitignore file for us, and at this point I want to add the git add to the staging area, all of the files to the staging area. Git add, oops, let's add git add again, period and dot. It will add in all of our files. We can check the route with this command also, git status, and here we go. All of these changes in these files, it's been added to the staging area, and next we are going to commit these changes, and simply we can do that through this just commands. It's been provided in our repository here, remote repository, and just paste it down over here. So that this one, it will commit our repo here, and it will change the branch here from the master to be main, and later on to add the original here repository to our local one, and connect the remote repository with the local repository, and push the local code to the original main, which is the branch that we are going to use in our remote one. Now I think it's done 100%. Branch main set up to track remote branch main from original. Without main, our code, it's been published here in this repository. We can check it with this, just refreshing the page. Beautiful. Now our code is here. It's time now to just deploy the application. or our website. To do that, come over here to our terminal. Let's clear all of this out. Before that, we missed here misspelling the GitHub here, which is the GH, not GI. Good. Save, and let's come over here, and simply we can again let's updating our repository over here, and simply updating our package.json here, which has the GI here. And to do that, running git status here, so you can change which file we have done the change. And over here we can add it, git add dot, and let's commit it also with git commit. The message will be second commit. Here we go. It's done the committing, and time to pushing the changes to our remote repository, git push. Pretty good. And here we go. The changes, it's done to our remote one also, so then it will be changed the deploy here command from the I to H. Just refresh the page. Nice. Now it's time to deploy it again, and simply let's just clear and run in here the command npm run deploy, and it will start publishing our portfolio online. When it's done, it will say published. Nice. Let's come over here and refresh our repo, and we can access our online portfolio website with this URL here, but you can also grab all the homepage here URL, which is our portfolio website link. Copy it from here, and I want you to open it up. Just paste the enter, and here we go. If you face, like for example an 404 here, don't worry, for the most scenarios you will face this 404. It takes a few seconds to show the website, so just keep refreshing the page until it will appear. And voila, our website is done with these amazing revealing sections or feed-in sections, and also so animated well. So our website now it's online. Now you can share the link of your portfolio with anyone, and he can see it anywhere in the world. So this is for the deployment of our project. Our website here are synthetic, kind of static but dynamic. You can just check that out for each section here and over here. Pretty cool. So this is for the deployment for our website. If you enjoy building this amazing portfolio here with me, please hit the subscribe button below. I will massive appreciate that. And comment below also what kind of tutorials you want to see next, so you will not miss any of the future videos. Again, the code of this project is in the description, which is in the repository account, and it's for free for you. You can use it as yours, and with the little customization for the name and your image, and some links to link your projects and social media accounts, you will end with the great portfolio template to impress people. So now we are done. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video.